Dear colleagues, please take your seats.
Je préviens le président. Son Excellence, Monsieur Gudni Johannesson, président de la République d'Islande.
Bonjour, chers collègues, formellement, il faut dire maintenant, la séance est ouverte. Dear colleagues, I now have the privilege and honor to welcome amongst us His Excellency Mr. Gudni Johannesson, the President of Iceland, who will address us in a few minutes and has also kindly accepted to reply to questions from our parliamentarians. Your Excellency, Mr. President, in a few days, your beautiful island will be the central focus of Europe, with the 4th Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Council of Europe taking place in Reykjavik on the 16th and the 17th of May 2023. And you will have us, the parliamentarians, the day before when we are going to meet with our Standing Committee in your beautiful capital. This, Mr. President, will be a historic opportunity for European leaders, almost all European leaders, I hope, looking to the Secretary General, yes, to reaffirm their unity around common values, express their support for Ukraine, demand the Russian Federation's accountability, and launch a renewed, forward-looking agenda for the Council of Europe. Mr. President, it will be the moment to reaffirm our commitments to the European ideal expressed by the Council of Europe's founding fathers in the preamble of the Statute of the Council of Europe, and I quote, "Convinced that the pursuit of peace based upon justice and international cooperation is vital for the preservation of human society and civilization." Big words said in the aftermath of the biggest disaster that ever happened to us. Mr. President, you declared when taking up office in 2016 that, and I quote, "There is one thing that applies to all nations, in Iceland no less than elsewhere, that what unites them must be stronger than what divides them." It is with this hope for unity and a genuine spirit of cooperation that we will continue the road to Reykjavik and hopefully establish a new long-distance path for European collaboration in the future. As your former Icelandic president and the first woman on earth to be elected head of state and government, Madam Vigdis Finnbogadottir said, and I quote, "We are all, as citizens of the world, duty-bound to contribute to our utmost ability to the continuing progress of the spirit of humanity," end of quote. Wise words of a wise person. Our Europe, Mr. President, deserves its leaders now to meet the present extraordinary challenges to peace and security in the best possible ways. No better place to do so than in Iceland, in Reykjavik. Your Excellency, may I invite you to take the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Secretary General, Madam Secretary General of the Assembly, distinguished parliamentarians, distinguished ambassadors, góðan daginn öllsumul. I am honored to address you all. I am honored to represent my country with representatives from other countries. I wish those of you who will travel to Iceland next month a safe journey and a pleasant stay. I don't know how good the weather will be, but I know that you will be most welcome. And yes, I'm here to represent my country. What does that mean? My country, right or wrong? This old phrase can still be heard, or at least the sentiment that your country's interests always come first, no matter what. If not your own country's interest, whose interest then? But this cannot be the only correct approach. We need to talk about independence and interdependence. We need to talk about nationalism, the need for nationalism, but also the dangers of nationalism. I believe that the Council of Europe is a perfect venue for such considerations. After all, it was founded by independent states in the wake of the Second World War in order to safeguard and promote fundamental values and principles, the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, principles of interdependence. In this regard, I commend the Assembly for its swift response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We must continue to condemn this violation of international laws and norms. Therefore, let us all hope that the Reykjavik summit next month will deliver clear results, a renewed commitment to our common democratic values, strong support for Ukraine, and solid means to ensure accountability for crimes committed in this horrendous war. And I refer here to remarks made by the Foreign Minister of Iceland in this hall 2 days ago about a register of damages under the auspices of the Council of Europe, but with broad support of leading world nations. Iceland counts on your continued support for the enlarged partial agreement. Dear parliamentarians, dear ambassadors, Russian aggression in Ukraine highlights the evils of extreme nationalism and the abuse of the past for political purposes in the present. There was a time in recent years when influential policymakers and scholars suggested that we were entering what was called a post-nationalist world. The Soviet Union had collapsed, the map of Europe had changed, the process of European integration was deepening. As it happened, this thinking was fairly Euro or West-centered, and it was also short-sighted and misguided. Today, you will instead hear statespersons, politicians, and others talk about the rise of nationalism, for better or worse. Allow me to recount a personal and positive anecdote about the recurring strength of nationalism. I'm a historian by profession, and a number of years ago, well before I became president, the Association of Icelandic Historians, of which I am a proud member, announced an evening symposium on the end of nationalism, admittedly with a question mark, the end of nationalism, question mark. This promised to be an interesting event, but when the scheduled day arrived, we all received an email saying that, unfortunately, the planned evening meeting on the end of nationalism had to be postponed. You know why? Well, the thing was that Iceland's national team had a very important game that very evening, and absolutely nobody was going to attend a symposium on the end of nationalism. We were going to cheer on our beloved Icelandic team. So nationalism is not nearing its end. But it must be a positive force. Positive patriotism can and should foster solidarity and support for each other in our societies. It should enhance our love and care for our nature and environment. It should connect our past, present, and future. It should maintain and strengthen our diverse languages, cultures, and customs. At the same time, independence and interdependence must go hand in hand. We Icelanders, for instance, we could never survive on our own on an island in the middle of the Atlantic. Independence is not about isolation. And together, we must never forget the dark side of extreme nationalism. The disaster that befalls on people when positive patriotism is replaced with distrust, racism, and xenophobia, with fear and hatred towards others. This we have seen in the past, and this we can see today. Therefore, our patriotism must be tolerant and inclusive. In my country, for instance, all citizens who want to live in peace with others should be able to call themselves proud Icelanders, regardless of their skin color or faith, regardless of other beliefs or whom they want to love, regardless of how well they speak the Icelandic language, regardless of all other factors and labels that can be used to divide people into us and them. Esteemed parliamentarians, as I mentioned, I am a historian by profession and by passion, but I'm also head of state. And this combination can be problematic, believe me. It could be argued that as representatives of our respective countries, it's almost written in our job description to be positive, to be optimistic, to advance the interests of our own country. Could you imagine if I were to begin my New Year's address by saying, my fellow Icelanders, you aren't that great at all. My dear friends, this year is not going to be good. No. But when you're an academic, you're meant to be critical. You're meant to be open-minded, and you're meant to never think first, what is best for my state? So, as I said, it can be problematic to be a head of state with a background in history, but it's also an asset, believe me. So, I'm fine with advancing the interests of my wonderful country, but with a caveat. We should combine our positive and optimistic patriotism with constructive criticism, an honest look at ourselves. People with a healthy self-confidence do not brag. They do not belittle others in a mistaken effort to make themselves more grand. They do not shy away from admitting their own weaknesses and failings. But at the same time, people with a healthy self-confidence can talk about their achievements and aspirations, if only to spur others on. And during this visit to Strasbourg, gender equality will be high on my agenda, and it's high at the agenda of Iceland's foreign policy. Now, Iceland and gender equality. This connection does not come out of the blue. Yes, we're a small nation. Sovereign state of fewer than, well, how many are there? There's me, those good people here around me, the Icelanders. Altogether, less than 400,000 people. Some things we happen to do very well, others not so well. But when it comes to increased gender equality, we Icelanders have been doing fine. Actually better than most other nations. Or even perhaps better than all the others, to judge from studies and assessments in recent years. In this field, we're leaders. We don't even need our beloved per capita to add to that. If you visit Iceland, you will learn that we Icelanders love per capita. We love per capita statistics. It makes us a bit more grand. We have more per capita statistics than any other European nation, per capita. Longest river in Europe, per capita. It makes us grander. But our success when it comes to gender equality is not because we're better than others. It's more a case of proven results. Because the truth is, ladies and gentlemen, that gender equality is not only a matter of fairness. It's not only about human rights. Those are not the only reasons why gender equality is among the UN Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 5. No, gender equality is also a matter of objective interests. Increased gender equality benefits everyone when we all have the same opportunities and rights to show what we are capable of. Society as a whole benefits. So if justice is not considered a good enough reason, then surely money is. People prosper better in their working lives when domestic responsibilities are shared. If 1/2 of a population is undervalued and not given the opportunity to show their full potential, the whole community suffers. The more gender equal a society is, the more happy and healthy its people are, and more prosperous as well. To be sure, there's still work to be done back home. There will always be work to be done. We still have to deal with domestic and sexual violence where the victims are predominantly women. Fortunately, we do have the Istanbul Convention, and I'm pleased to mention it here, among members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. It is now more than a decade since the Committee of Ministers adopted this landmark treaty to end violence against women. It is sad to note, however, a rise in mistaken objections to a convention about an end to violence. So I encourage all member states to sign and ratify the convention. And I repeat what I just said, that there will always be work to be done. Now, with that in mind, the Icelandic presidency of the Council of Europe has organized a conference later today on the role of men and boys in combating gender-based violence and working in general for gender equality and human rights. I would like to invite you all to join us at this event. Again, and finally, I am grateful for this opportunity to address you, distinguished parliamentarians. I take the opportunity also to thank the ambassadors present here for your help in gathering support from your governments for the Reykjavik Summit. Also, I express my thanks to Madam Secretary General, to the Secretariat of the Committee of Ministers, to the Assembly, and to you, Mr. Cox, Tini, to the Secretary General and the whole Secretariat for the excellent cooperation that we have enjoyed during our presidential term. And I also use this opportunity to thank our small but efficient team here in Strasbourg, who are working so hard ahead of the big summit in Reykjavik. Yes, in 3 weeks or so, European heads of state and government will gather in Iceland at the Council of Europe's 4th summit since its establishment. Let us hope that it will be a fruitful gathering to the benefit of the peoples of Europe. What I know for certain is the established truth that while the Council of Europe may not be the center of power on this continent, it can and should remain its conscience. Thank you. I look forward to your questions. Kærar þakkir. All the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your indeed most interesting address. And also thank you very much for praising everybody here in the hall. I was looking to the ambassadors, they felt great. I was looking to our colleagues and I was looking here. Thank you very much. And we want to praise you for being here and being so confident that the preparation of the road to Reykjavik is on its way. You have... There's absolutely nothing that can go wrong. That's good. The President said, while his microphone was not functioning, that nothing can go wrong. I thought, this is interesting. we had some problems with our machineries over here during the week. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And you, as said, you have also said that you are willing to take questions. I remind members that questions must be limited to 30 seconds, and questions are not speeches. First, I call Mr. Kimmo Kiljunen from Finland, and he speaks on behalf of the group of Socialists, Democrats and Greens. 30 seconds, Kimmo.
Yes, Mr. President, as we all know, Council of Europe unites the whole Europe behind the common values of human rights, democracy and rule of law. All Europe, without two countries, Russia and Belarus, which are not eligible. Nevertheless, there is one exception, a small country, Kosovo. And Mr. President, I will ask you as an historian, how you assess the aspirations of Kosovo, especially Kosovians, to have an access to our organization, our value-based family with its normative system.
Thank you, Kimmo. Mr. President.
Thank you, friend from the Nordic region. Yes, I understand that the Council of Europe is already working in Kosovo on human rights and democracy. But of course, for any country, membership has the potential to greatly increase the human rights, democracy and rule of law for the citizens. That is what I can say in my capacity as head of state. I would have to refer a more detailed description of Icelandic attitudes towards the possibility of Kosovars to be part of the COE human rights system to representatives of Iceland here or the government of Iceland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next question comes from Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris from Lithuania, and Emanuelis speaks on behalf of the European People's Party. 30 seconds, Emanuelis.
Yes, thank you so much. Mr. President, Iceland is a leading nation if you are talking about freedom in the world. You talk about Istanbul Convention. During the bombing, rather, Ukrainian parliament adopted Istanbul Convention during the war, during the bombing of Kiev. And we looked to your Reykjavik summits hosted by you and by your fantastic team. Like landmark after 17 years. My question will be to you about not only register, who is fantastic achievement for damages and accountability and large partial agreement, but about international tribunal of justice. We need to find a formula, and we expected from your side to circulate, from your government, respected government, circulate the formula and to sign that like an open document.
Thank you very much,
if possible, I would like you to say a few words about that. It will be a historic summit if we will have those two elements. Thank you so much for your support for freedom. Thank you.
Sorry for interrupting you, but we stick to the 30 seconds, Mr. President.
Yeah, I can easily give very short answers if you want me to. And in this particular case, Iceland follows developments, of course, closely when it comes to the when it comes to a possible special tribunal. But we have joined a group of states working on the practical and legal issues at stake, and Iceland will always support Ukraine. There can be no doubt about that. Regarding, however, the possible inclusion of a language on this in the summit outcome document, again, I refer that issue to the Icelandic presidency, but I think they will be tight-lipped until the negotiations have concluded. So no revelations now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prochaine question vient de Monsieur Damien Cotier de la Suisse, au nom du groupe ADLE. Damien?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, first of all, let me, on behalf of ALDE Group, thank the Icelandic presidency of the Committee of Ministers for the remarkable work that has been done in the presidency, but also preparing the summit of Reykjavik. The road will lead us to Reykjavik, but it doesn't stop in Reykjavik. There will be other steps further, it goes further. And my question would be, do you agree that it would probably be wise to put an appointment clause in the declaration, to already prepare the next summit, to take stock of what has been decided and prepare the future? And the second question, as a historian myself, I'm very glad to ask the question to another historian. If the Declaration of Reykjavik wants to leave a mark in history, that it should address very important issues for the world and for the youth, like environment and human rights, and like artificial intelligence.
Thank you very
its
much,
impact on human rights.
Damien. Mr. President?
Thank you very much. And I allow myself to agree with you that the Icelandic team has done a wonderful work, but not alone, because this is a team effort as well within the Council of Europe. So thanks to my good Icelandic friends should also be extended to others involved in the preparation of the summit. And I would allow myself to agree that it would not be a stupid idea to start thinking about the next summit, whenever that may be. These summits do not happen very often, as we have seen from the past, but the better prepared you are, the more likely it will be that you will get a positive outcome. And maybe this is something that our good friends in Latvia have also already given consideration, taking over the presidency from us in Reykjavik, and I wish them all the best. There is a cliched saying about us Icelanders that we do not like planning that much. We just go into things and see how things happen. I allow myself to express a dissenting opinion. I think the preparations for this summit have shown that we're okay at organizing as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The next question comes from Mr. Zsolt Nemet from Hungary, and Zsolt speaks on behalf of the European Conservative Group. Zsolt?
Thank you very much, President, both presidents. My question would follow up a bit what was said by Mr. Cotier. President, I'm behind you, actually, this direction, behind your back, yeah. We have had our last summit 18 years ago. And I think in the past couple of weeks, the Council of Europe has proved that it is an important international organization, but we feel that without the summits, this organization is lagging behind the other international organizations. So do you see it your own understanding that we should establish a regularity for the summits to be organized by the Council of Europe? And if you see yes, what kind of regularity would you prefer? I believe it is not just an important job for the presidency, but for the Committee of Ministers, for the whole Parliamentary Assembly to move on this subject. Thank you very much.
Zsolt. Mr. President?
Yeah, I think it's best to be honest, and I say to begin with that I have not given this any thought, and secondly, I shouldn't give it any thought. It is not my role to make suggestions in this regard, and I just say this in full friendship, but I believe that it would be appropriate for the Council of Europe, for the Parliamentary Assembly, to maybe look into this. First and foremost, having said that, I should think that summits should be relevant and with an outcome, with an idea, with a need, not just hold a summit because an X number of years has passed or something like that. So as we are witnessing today, the Reykjavik summit ahead has a clear agenda. We are all determined to see visible, viable, tangible results from that summit, and that might be the indirect outcome as well, that we will all see together that a summit of this kind can be a positive step, and therefore we should consider holding another one not only after 18 years, but maybe slightly before, because there will always be challenging tasks ahead of us. There are some outcomes we like to see. The Icelandic presidency has placed a priority on reaching an agreement on a strong language on human rights and the environment, and some form of concrete action in this area. We did mention the register of damage, maybe a text to support the children of Ukraine, and so on and so forth. So while holding the summit itself is a viable and constructive outcome, we also foresee some lasting declarations that will have a positive impact on this continent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last question on behalf of the political groups comes from Mr. André Hunkel from Germany, and he speaks on behalf of the Unified European Left. André, 30 seconds.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident. Island war immer ein Leuchtturm für die Freiheit von Journalisten und auch für die Informationsfreiheit. Der Journalist Julian Assange sitzt nun über 4 Jahre im Hochsicherheitsgefängnis in Belmarsh und wartet auf seine Auslieferung, wo ihm 175 Jahre in den USA drohen. Diese Versammlung hat immer wieder seine Freilassung gefordert, weil der Fall ein gefährlicher Präzedenzfall ist für Journalismus weltweit. Was kann der Gipfel in Reykjavik tun? Welches Signal könnte von Reykjavik hier ausgehen? Vielen Dank.
Danke sehr, André. Mr. President.
Ja, vielen Dank für diese Sprache. I'll reply in English. A few months ago, I had a meeting with a fellow Icelander, Kristinn Hrafnsson. I guess we can call him a representative of Julian Assange. Iceland is and will remain firmly committed to the protection of journalists and media freedom. On the specific case and its connection to the European Convention on Human Rights and the Council of Europe, as in cases before here, I would refer you to the presidency of Iceland in the Committee of Ministers. But let me reaffirm that we are committed to the protection of journalists and media freedom. Thank you. Vielen Dank.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you allow, we now will take 3 questions together in order to make it perhaps possible to accommodate all people who have asked for the floor. First, I give the floor to Madam Katia Polidori from Italy. 30 seconds, Katia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, I took part in the meeting in this direction. Hello? I'm here. I took part in the meeting in Reykjavik of our standing committee that was to prepare the forthcoming summit of heads of states. Among the many topics was that of combating violence against women, as you just said. I think that at the time when the ongoing wars have highlighted this social drama even more, at such a light-level meeting, it is impossible not to talk about it. What do you think about this topic being present and relevant? Thank you.
Thank you, Katia. Next question comes from Mr. Ahmet Yildiz from Turkey. Ahmet.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the record of the international community, especially the countries here, was not a good one during the migration from Syria. We did better after the Russian aggression on Ukraine, but these migration influxes may continue due to climate change, crisis, conflicts like from Afghanistan, from Eastern Africa. What would be your suggestion how can we best manage this? We should expect this. And should we insert this in the summit documents in your country? Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. And now the last of these three questions comes from Mr. Alexei Goncharenko from Ukraine. 30 seconds for you, Alexei.
Mr. President, I would like to thank Iceland last month recognized Holodomor as genocide of Ukrainian people, but I want to ask you to make next step and to recognize what's going on now in Ukraine as a genocide. Something it's more important than just to speak about history to prevent what's going on now. And also I would like to invite you to Ukraine. You haven't been in our country, and I think it's something which should be changed. So, and I would be absolutely happy to host you not only in Kiev, but to see you, for example, in my native city, Odessa. Welcome. Thank you.
So you got an invitation and three questions, Mr. President.
Thank you all. I appreciate the questions, and if I may begin with the invite, thank you very much for the kindness and hospitality, and I certainly appreciate the invitation, and would certainly be willing to accept it. Now, if I begin with your question, Ms. Polidori from Italy, yes, I was determined to mention gender-based violence and the need to combat gender-based violence in my speech to this esteemed gathering here. And this is high on the agenda of the Council of Europe, as it is in people's minds in Iceland. But as to the agenda of the summit, I cannot commit to anything there. It is not my role, but I hope I have managed to convey here in my speech the high priority authorities in Iceland and the people of Iceland put on the need to combat and end gender-based violence. So I wouldn't be surprised if you could see some proof of that in Reykjavik in May. As for the migration crisis and connected issues, I would again refer to representatives of the government of Iceland and the presidency of Iceland in the Committee of Ministers. But let's just keep in mind the relationship between climate change, migration, the refugee crisis, and also the relationship between independence and interdependence. If we are going to solve the pressing challenges that face us all together, we need to act in unison. We need sometimes to make compromises, but we need to see the greater good. And again, how do we do that? We do that by convening. We do that by having a venue where disagreements are voiced, where agreements are reached, and the Council of Europe is a perfect venue for such deliberations. Finally, thank you also regarding Ukraine and the connection between the past and the present. I am convinced that while I cannot pinpoint in detail how the war of aggression in Ukraine will be addressed at the Reykjavik summit, what is absolutely clear is that the support of Iceland, and dare I say, or may I say, the Council of Europe also, will be manifest at the meeting. So as I conclude, I thank you for your attention. As head of state, It is an honor every day to represent your country. And when I think also about this venue, I see representatives here from other countries in Europe, and I hope that you will also feel the honor that this brings, but as well the responsibility. And I wish you all great success in your valuable work for your home countries, but also for the peoples of Europe and humankind in general. If there are any questions coming, I would be happy to answer them as well. But let's see how the wind blows.
Okay, Mr. President, you are surprising us, but because our members asked 30-second questions, but you managed to answer concretely, and we still have time left. So if you allow me, I would take 3 more questions at least. No. Please continue. We will celebrate this fact because our members all want to ask questions and get their answers, and now we are on the right track. The next question, I take 3 questions again. The first question comes from Mr. Rafael Husseinov from Azerbaijan. Rafael, 30 seconds.
Thank you, President. Your Excellency, according to a number of studies, Muslims in different parts of Europe are increasingly facing hatred along with discrimination in many areas, including the job and housing markets, education and healthcare. The findings show that there is still a lack of awareness of racism and discrimination against Muslims in societies. Obviously, there is need for sensitization, for more information at all levels, as well as strong public condemnation of this phenomenon. How do you assess the overall situation in this area, and what could be done in practical terms to address this situation and ensure more harmony throughout the directly concerned societies? Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael. Next question comes from Mr. John Howell from the United Kingdom. John?
Thank you indeed. Mr. President, outside of the summit, what one thing would you see as the abiding legacy of the Icelandic presidency in terms of the role that the Council of Europe will play in European affairs?
Thank you, John. And the last question in this cycle of 3 comes from Monsieur Bernard Fournier de la France. Bernard, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur le Président, lors d'une conférence que vous avez tenue à l'Université de Cornwall en novembre dernier, vous avez déclaré que le nationalisme est une force puissante dans toutes les sociétés, mais que, selon votre définition et la conception que vous défendez, le nationalisme doit être inclusif, tolérant et compréhensif. Malheureusement, cette définition idéale n'est pas celle que l'on voit à l'œuvre aujourd'hui en Europe. J'aimerais entendre votre analyse sur la résurgence des nationalismes exclusifs, voire agressifs, en Europe, et sur le rôle que l'Islande pourrait jouer pour promouvoir le nationalisme apaisé et inclusif que vous appelez de vos vœux. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, Bernard. Monsieur le Président.
These 3 questions are quite challenging, but let us try to rise to the challenge when it is ahead of us. All right, the issue of Islam and a rise in intolerance. Okay, I'll be short here, brief. But 1,000 years ago, the chieftains of Iceland gathered and determined that to avoid civil war, there could only be one law in the land and one religion in the land. So they cast away the old gods, Odin, Thor, Freya, Frigg, and said, we believe now in Christianity. One religion, one law. 1,000 years later, we need to construct societies where, yes, we still have one legal code, one law that everyone should abide by. But 1,000 years on, we can have many customs, many faiths. One law, many customs. And religion must never surpass or supersede the law of the land. But we should be accommodating, understanding, and never accept or tolerate discrimination based on faith. So I agree that we need to take measures when it is obvious to all that religious discrimination is ahead of us. And you will find support for that in Iceland. As for the question regarding one outcome of the Icelandic presidency, leaving the summit itself aside, well, to begin with, I'd be happy to say, if we can look back and say, we did okay, we did well. That would be a satisfactory outcome. But you can also pinpoint exact or precise achievements. Have we put something on the agenda that would not have otherwise been on the agenda? I cannot say so with full conviction, because we do not know what would have happened if somebody else than Iceland had been now in the row of nations taking over the presidency. But we took on this responsibility, and we can say that we delivered, and to have the summit as well is quite an achievement. So I'm happy to conclude it there. The question regarding nationalism, the answer there can be given in minutes or hours or even more. What I would just repeat and emphasize is the lasting need to emphasize the positive aspects of unity and togetherness of people, where we can speak of nationalism or positive patriotism. At the same time, we need to combat the potential for xenophobia, racism, mistrust, hatred, intolerance that can take place, that can happen, as history demonstrates and as the world today demonstrates. 5 years ago or so, I had the honor of attending a summit in this country, in France, in Paris, where we gathered representatives of various states 100 years after the end of the First World War. And the president of France, the host, gave a speech on the evils of extreme nationalism. But, and he did so rightly and justifiably, and equally rightly and justifiably, he ended his speech with the words, "Vive la France." This you can combine. You can combine your willingness to condemn extreme nationalism, but at the same time show an affection and love for your country. If we are unable to do that, then I think we increase the risk of greater polarization and strife in our society and in this continent as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now we are going to try to finish the whole speakers list. I take 4 questions, everybody 30 seconds, and then you have a few minutes left to answer, and then the Assembly will be more than grateful to you. First question comes from Mr. Enes Kervan, who represents here the Assembly of Kosovo. 30 seconds, Enes. I do not see him here. Next question comes from Mr. Nikos Tornaritis from Cyprus. 30 seconds, Nikos.
Mr. President, I would like your opinion on how best we can ensure the double standards will not prevail in the face of our common challenges. Violations of international law cannot and should not be tolerated, whether these occur in Ukraine, Cyprus or elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikos. Next question comes from Madam Zeva Jasko from Ukraine. You have the floor.
Dear President, next debate we will have about, unfortunately, deportation of Ukrainian children illegally to Russia. I want to ask you a question. What international tools of international law you can see that will help us to return them back to Ukraine? Maybe not now, after some time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last question comes from Yuri Kamalchuk. He's also from Ukraine. Yuri, your 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ukraine is grateful to you for your support and shelter for Ukrainian families in Iceland. We are also looking forward to the summit in Reykjavik, and I also invited you to Ukraine to visit Kyiv, Bucha, Irpin, and other cities. Now, in the conditions of war, it is very important for Ukraine to preserve our own independence, not only territorially, but also economically. And of course, if we were not financial help from all the world, it will be very difficult for us. And we have a reconstruction and restoration ahead of us. Tell me, what helped your country in difficult economic times to maintain a sober mind and make the right economic decisions? Thank you.
Thank you, Yuri. Mr. President, you have 4 minutes left to answer this most simple questions that you just got from the colleagues.
Thank you very much. If I begin with the question from the representative from Cyprus, a small country like Iceland, if there is anyone who relies on the principles of international law and that international law should apply equally to everyone, then it is a country like Iceland. So we agree with everyone who wants to make sure that double standards do not prevail in the face of the numerous challenges we face. The history of Iceland demonstrates this. If power rules supreme in the world, if force is the tool that works, then the future of Iceland is not bright. So let us make sure that the principles of international law prevail. And they need to be defended. And how can you do that from Iceland? We do not have an army. If that is the question, if power and force are the determinants of the international system, as I said, then we can pack up. And that is the reply to that question. I could go in detail there with a detailed description of how Iceland has managed to create a sustainable welfare state. It all boils down to this. We must be able to rely on international norms and international law, treaties and obligations, and therefore we will stand with all who understand this. As for the question raised about children in Ukraine forcibly deported, if that is the correct phrase that should be used, I am sure that this issue will be raised at the summit in Reykjavik. And as for Iceland's support in general, we have a £2 million contribution to the UK-led International Fund for Ukraine, and this recent announcement brings Iceland's total contribution to £3 million. May not seem big in the larger scheme of things, but keep in mind the relative size and smallness of Iceland. We're likely to provide additional funds to the NATO Comprehensive Assistance Package, I read here. And we channel economic and humanitarian support through international partners, the World Bank funds, and United Nations entities. We want to support the rebuilding of Ukraine's energy infrastructure through the Ukraine Energy Support Fund and by sending energy equipment. Now, and as the Foreign Minister of Iceland said in her speech here on Tuesday, Ukraine will be the focus of the upcoming summit of heads of state and government, both in the agenda and when it comes to the substance. And the Foreign Minister made it a priority of her presidency to ensure that the summit outcome includes meaningful support for Ukraine, and especially when it comes to the issue of accountability, as we have outlined here before. I understand also that Ukraine will be the focus of the working dinner of leaders organized by the Prime Minister of Iceland. And finally, to answer both questions from or regarding Ukraine, I understand that the Committee of Ministers is working on a text to support the children of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That brings us to the end of the list. This is a great thing for me that I do not have to say that I have to interrupt the list of speakers. You managed to answer all speakers, and that, I think, according to our Secretary General, that is a record. So you can take that home with you to your beautiful country of Iceland. But no, absolutely, absolutely. You did answer all the questions that we had on our list. We are now looking forward to go further on our road to Reykjavik. You said everything is under control. We already have bought our tickets and made our reservations in the hotels. The Committee of Ministers is preparing the final text. The Standing Committee will be there with you, and I'm looking forward to see you over there on your beautiful island. And thanks again for addressing this assembly with your wise words and answering our questions. Thank you very much. Have a safe trip home. Next item on the agenda is a debate under the urgent procedure on deportations and forcible transfers of Ukrainian children and other civilians to the Russian Federation or to Ukrainian territories temporarily occupied, create conditions for their safe return, stop these crimes, and punish the perpetrators. You find it in document 15748. It will be presented by Mr. Paulo Pisco on behalf of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons. We shall also hear an oral opinion from Madam Carmen Leite on behalf of the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development. After the rapporteurs, Madam Olena Zelensky, the First Lady of Ukraine, will make her statement. Madam Zelensky will address us online. In order to finish by 5:30, we will have to interrupt the list of speakers at about 5 p.m. to allow time for the reply and a vote on the draft resolution and recommendation. Now, first I call Mr. Pisco, the rapporteurs. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Olena Zelenska, let me express, first of all, my gratitude for your participation in the discussion of this so crucial report. Dear colleagues, in one of her many incriminatory declarations, the Russian Commissioner for the Rights of Children, Maria Lvova-Belova, said, and I quote, "Now that the children have become Russian citizens, temporary guardianship can become permanent." Madam Belova was just following the plans and objectives announced by Mr. Putin in his speech of 21 February, 3 days before the war, stating that Ukraine was inalienable part of the Russian land. That speech shows very clearly what Mr. Putin had in mind. The deportation of and forcibly displaced children are a tragedy into the tragedy of this war, full of massacres and helpless civilian populations, bombing of hospitals, maternities, schools, and water and energy plants, rape and torture, blocking of humanitarian corridors. This report focuses in describing and denouncing the practices of deportation and forcibly transfers of children and civilians and the breaches in the international law considering the possible crime of genocide. The exact numbers of deported children are not known, but it is realistically possible that several 100,000 children were illegally taken to Russia, Belarus, and occupied territories. Russian authorities have stated that close to 800,000 Ukrainian children went in Russia, which is more than the double of the number supposed by Ukrainian authorities as being deported. As until so far, only about 20,000 children have been identified as being deported, and less than 400 have returned to Ukraine. We must then ask, where are all the other hundreds of thousands of children? Therefore, it is of utmost importance to know exactly how many children have effectively been deported, their names and whereabouts, and in which living conditions they are. We need to know how many have been adopted by Russian families and how many are in re-education centers. All deported children must recuperate their personal identification, establish contact with families or legal guardians to be able to return home, including those who were in orphanages or pediatric institutions whose parents have been arrested, killed, or were in other situations. The Council of Europe, United Nations, European Union, the next Reykjavik summit should have an active role in the efforts to help Ukrainian authorities to urgently bring back home all children and in creating conditions to have an effective reparation for loss and damage in general. Children are traumatized. They are being dispossessed of their identity and can't return home alone just by themselves. They need help. They need our help. Many of the children are being subjected to a process of Russification. It's a huge violence to replace an identity for another, forcing them to absorb the Russian culture, language, and values to become good patriots. The Humanitarian Research Lab of Yale identified at least 43 re-education camps in Russia, in occupied Crimea and Belarus, where at least 6,000 Ukrainian children were detained, in 2 of them with military training, probably to fight against their own people. The practice of deportation of children started already before the war and became more intense after the full-scale invasion. President Putin is in the head of the organization with the precious help of the devoted and very mediatic Commissioner Lvova Belova, together with members of the federal government, regional governors, and local authorities, showing the evidence of a state policy with a clear structure and organization dedicated to the deportations and forcibly transfers of children. We all have seen proofs as propaganda actions with Mr. Putin and Madame Belova defending legal changes for a rapid acquisition of Russian nationality for Ukrainian children. Russian families with smiling faces receiving at the same time for adoption 2, 3, 4, and even 5 children in exchange of a monetary compensation. Children have reinforced protection under international law. In these practices of persistent deportation, we can see an inhuman intention to destroy Ukrainian identity, with grave human and legal consequences. In these practices, together with the monstrous process of Russification, we see elements of the crime of genocide, considered the crime of crimes, for the complete denial to children the right to have an identity, a culture, and a normal and safe familiar environment in their own country. The 1948 Genocide Convention, Article 2E, and the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court in Article 6E states very clearly that the deportation of forcibly transferred children from one group to another is one of the elements of the crime of genocide. We therefore congratulate the arrest warrants issued against Mr. Putin and Madame Belova, recalling that many others with similar responsibilities should also be investigated in the light of possible crimes of genocide. With this report, the Council of Europe is accomplishing its most noble mission of defending human rights, accountability for those who committed war crimes, and the right of people to live in peace and security. Deportation of children must stop, as well as forced adoptions. Illegal imposition of Russian nationality and re-education and Russification must stop. All children must return to their homes or to a safe third country. To finish, let me thank to all those that have worked in this report, the Migration Committee Secretariat in first place, experts, our Spanish colleague, and the delegations who gave their contributions, and all the colleagues that will participate in this debate, aiming for the best interest of children and the respect of human rights and international law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Thank you, Paulo. Madam Zelenska is already online, so she is already following our debate. But first, before giving her the floor, I now give the floor to Madam Carmen Leijt, the Rapporteur of the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development, to present an oral opinion on behalf of that committee. Carmen, you have 3 minutes.
Gracias, señor presidente. Voy a hablar en español. Buenas tardes, queridos colegas. Me gustaría empezar elogiando al señor Pisco por su buen documentado informe sobre las deportaciones y traslados forzosos de civiles ucranianos y, sobre todo, por haber hecho hincapié en la dramática situación de los niños ucranianos deportados y trasladados a la fuerza a Rusia o a territorios ucranianos ocupados por Rusia. Ante esta tragedia, me complace compartir su análisis y las aportaciones que ha hecho del señor Pisco, aun reconociendo que serán muy difíciles de llevar a cabo en tiempos de guerra, pero vale la pena hacer todo lo posible por conseguirlo. Sus propuestas y el debate constructivo que mantuvimos me han llevado a apoyar plenamente el proyecto de resolución y de recomendación propuestos, haciendo innecesario un dictamen escrito y enmiendas. Quisiera destacar 3 puntos que para mí son de la mayor importancia. En primer lugar, poner fin a estos crímenes y conseguir una repatriación segura de los niños y personas afectadas. Condeno enérgicamente la agresión de la Federación Rusa contra Ucrania, contra su pueblo, contra sus niños. En toda guerra, los niños son los más vulnerables. Los niños se enfrentan a un miedo inimaginable. Los niños sufren daños físicos y psicológicos. Sus derechos fundamentales se violan constantemente. Este daño aumenta exponencialmente en el caso de los niños que están siendo deportados o trasladados por la fuerza a Rusia o a territorios de influencia rusa, porque se les priva de su identidad, de su cultura, de sus creencias y de su nacionalidad. E incluso muchos de esos niños son dados en adopción a familias rusas. En una palabra, se les reeduca, iniciándose un proceso conocido como rusificación con el fin de que olviden sus orígenes. Los niños no pueden ser botín de guerra. Su bienestar y el acceso a la protección y a los cuidados deben ser una prioridad para las autoridades europeas y nacionales, para la comunidad internacional y para todos nosotros. En todas las sociedades, los niños son el bien más preciado, son nuestro futuro, el futuro de nuestros pueblos, de nuestra sociedad. Por ello, la prioridad es detener las deportaciones y los traslados forzosos de civiles y niños. La segunda prioridad es identificar y localizar a los niños víctimas de estas deportaciones. El establecimiento de un mecanismo rápido para identificar, localizar y repatriar a las víctimas es un requisito previo a la repatriación. Según los últimos datos, se están deportando a más niños que los aún documentados oficialmente por las autoridades ucranianas. Va a ser un proceso complicado, pero hay que poner todos los medios para poder llevarlo a cabo, para evitar o al menos minimizar los daños. La comunidad internacional y los Estados miembros del Consejo de Europa deben apoyar a las autoridades ucranianas en el desarrollo de un mecanismo seguro para identificar, localizar y repatriar a las víctimas a Ucrania o a un tercer país seguro. Como médico que soy, quiero subrayar la necesidad de proporcionar a los niños que regresen los cuidados de emergencia y apoyo psicológico continuado, que serán cruciales para reparar sus daños de los niños deportados, porque se han visto privados de sus derechos humanos básicos y han sufrido mucho, lógicamente. Este mecanismo es una condición sine qua non y estoy de acuerdo con el señor Pisco en que la llamada plataforma Niños de la Guerra debe reforzarse. El tercer punto es llevar a los culpables ante la justicia. Quiero subrayar que es una necesidad crucial de llevar a los autores ante la justicia, a todos los niveles de responsabilidad, ya sea ante tribunales internacionales o nacionales. Europa tiene que asegurarse de que la Federación Rusa rinda cuentas por todos los crímenes de guerra, crímenes contra la humanidad y crímenes de genocidio que cometa Ucrania. Como guardián de los derechos humanos, la democracia y el Estado de Derecho en la región, el Consejo de Europa tiene un papel fundamental. No debemos permitir que ninguno de estos crímenes quede impune. Muchas gracias al equipo de secretariado y especialmente a Yannick Debo por su inestimable ayuda, también a la Comisión de Asuntos Sociales por haber delegado a mí su opinión y también a los intérpretes por su gran labor. Les agradezco mucho su atención. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Madam Rapporteur. Thank you very much, dear Carmen. May I now formally welcome to our debate the First Lady of Ukraine, Madam Olena Zelenska. Dear Madam Zelenska, we are grateful that you are able to join us today to address our Assembly, and we now see you on the screen. May I again welcome you, seeing you over there. We just were talking about the road to Reykjavik. Now we have found the road to Kiev, and we are more than happy that you are able and willing to participate in this so important debate. As the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, I would like to reconfirm once again our solidarity with Ukraine and Ukrainian people, and to express the Council of Europe's condemnation of Russia's aggression against your country, our member state. The Council of Europe was the first international organization, as you surely will know, that suspended membership of the Russian Federation only one day after the beginning of the war of aggression and expelled Russia less than 3 weeks later. And we remain, I tell you, fully committed to the support and assist Ukraine in all possible ways to ensure that the war ends, territorial integrity of your country is restored within its internationally recognized borders, individuals responsible for war crimes are brought to justice, and your beautiful country is reconstructed. Madam Zelenska, the position of this Assembly is clear. This war should never become a normality to us. We should defy the temptation to get used to it. But instead, we should do our utmost not to ever forget about the suffering the Ukrainian people are undergoing. Just this morning, I saw in the news about yet another bombing of a residential area in the city of Mykolaiv by the Russian army that took away, again, at least one life and severely injured several dozens of persons, including young children. And we remember that these are not statistical numbers, but as your Nobel Peace Prize winner, Madam Matvichuk, said in her address to our Assembly, there is an entire destroyed universe for the family and friends behind every victim. Today, Madam Zelensky, we will discuss the situation of Ukrainian civilians forcibly displaced to Russia, and will put a particular focus on children abducted by the Russian forces. This issue is clearly one of the most horrifying in this war. We strongly support, Madam Zelensky, all the efforts aimed at ensuring the return of all forcibly displaced people, particularly children, back to Ukraine, to your country. We are aware of your contribution, Madam Zelensky, to these efforts, as well as of your other remarkable work to alleviate the sufferings of the Ukrainian civilians and to raise awareness of the international community of their so difficult situation. We are more than interested to hear from you today, Madam Zelensky, how we here, as the Council of Europe, can further assist in ensuring that all displaced civilians return home and all children are reunited with their parents in Ukraine. Again, Madam Zelensky, thank you very much for being with us today. May I give you the floor, but may I please first ask to show our gratefulness for being with us today by giving you a grand applause.
Thank you. I will speak Ukrainian.
You have the floor.
Okay, I've heard. I will speak Ukrainian, so please turn on your phones. Доброго дня. Вітаю всіх учасників. Вдячна за вашу увагу до теми примусової депортації українських дітей. Ця тема дуже болить Україні. Тому я дякую за те, що долучилися до боротьби за наших дітей та їхнє дитинство. У нас кажуть, чужих дітей не буває. І ви зараз доводите це тим, що тут. Тому я вам дякую. У розв'язаній Росією проти України війні багато страшних військових злочинів, але цей особливий. Бо стосується тих, хто завжди найбільш незахищений, хто найбільш вразливий. І цей злочин триває прямо зараз, прямо в цей момент, коли ми говоримо. Я маю навести кілька історій. 12-річний Сашко був із мамою Сніжаною в Маріуполі, коли місто оточили російські військові. Разом вони пережили страшні обстріли, відсутність води, тепла, голод, поранення Сашка, поки їх не розділили росіяни. І їм не дали навіть попрощатися. Хлопці сказали, що мама відмовилася від нього. Росіяни говорили, що я мамі не потрібен, що віддадуть прийомну сім'ю в Росії. Це цитата хлопчика. Сашко зміг знайти телефон, щоб зателефонувати бабусі. І його вдалося врятувати, але мама ще у полоні російських окупантів. Інша історія. 12-річна дівчинка Кіра також була з татом в Маріуполі, коли росіяни почали нищити місто. Тато, колишній капітан збірної України з водного полу Євген Обідінський, загинув під час бомбардування. Дівчинку окупанти вивезли до Донецька. Величезними зусиллями держави, громадських діячів, десятків людей, бабуся і дідусь змогли обійняти онуку через місяці полону та невизначеності. Ще одна родина. Тато Євген, син Матвій, маленькі доньки Святослава та Олександра, також із Маріуполя. Після нищення міста окупанти почали процес так званої фільтрації мешканців, які вижили. Тата кинули до тюрми, а дітей забрали до притулку. Кілька місяців вони нічого не знали одне про одного. Діти знайшлися в пансіонаті під Москвою буквально за день до того, як їх мали всиновити росіяни. За цими історіями видно цю страшну технологію, як саме окупанти викрадають українських дітей. Найчастіше вбивши їхніх батьків або примусово розлучивши їх із родинами. А ще вивозять цілі дитбудинки та інтернати. Так трапилося, наприклад, на Херсонщині. Хлопчик Артем разом з іншими вихованцями Олешківського дитячого будинку-інтернату був депортований до РФ. Бабуся та українські посадовці знайшли його вже в Росії. Це історії, які, на щастя, мають хороше закінчення, коли дітей вдалося повернути. Таких історій у нас наразі 361. Але є більш вражаюча цифра. 19 390. Кількість дітей, які досі в російському полоні. І це лише дані, які підтверджені. Але і ця кількість не остаточна, бо те, що відбувається з дітьми на окупованих територіях, невідомо. За кожною цифрою зламане життя не тільки дитини, а й всієї родини. Всі, хто місяцями не має спокою. Недаремно я акцентувала на початку, що це насильство. Насильство, яке триває прямо зараз. Бо прямо зараз якійсь дитині, так само як Сашку, брешуть, що вона не потрібна, що від неї відмовились. Якась дитина, як Кіра, плаче за вбитими на її очах батьками. Якихось дітей, як Матвія та його сестер, готують до примусового всиновлення. Прямо зараз вони не мають зв'язку з близькими. Ось чому ми критично не маємо часу. Кожен день, кожна година в полоні ламає психіку дітей і родин, коштує здоров'я і життя. Тому нам потрібне не тільки занепокоєння світу, нам потрібна вся можлива дієва допомога з їхнього визволення. Потрібен не тільки порятунок, але й справедливість. Гаазький суд назвав 2 підозрюваних у депортації, але насправді їх 1000. Бо це не випадковий злочин окремого злочинця, це ціла політика і цілий свідомий механізм дії із відчудження дітей, позбавлення їх родин, імен, пам'яті, мови, коріння. Юристи ще скажуть тут докладніше про те, чому це є геноцид. Я ж хочу сказати як людина, як мати 2 дітей. Виховуючи дітей, ми всі хочемо для них кращого життя. Ми розказуємо дітям про добро та зло, про хороше та погане. І ось це зло, воно матеріальне, воно так виглядає. Не в метафорах, а в реальності. Ми, дорослі, так багато кажемо дітям про перемогу добра, правильних вчинків. І от зараз саме маємо це довести. Маємо врятувати дітей фізично і морально, якщо ми дійсно дорослі і відповідальні, якщо відрізняємо добро та зло. У прав людини немає кордонів. І коли дитинство в одній країні під загрозою, воно під загрозою повсюдно. Небезпека для українських дітей – це небезпека для інших дітей світу. Викрадення дітей, катування батьків – це зазіхання не тільки на нас, зазіхання на все міжнародне право, на принципі співіснування. Це виклик всім. Я прошу поставитися до цього саме як до виклику всім нашим спільним цінностям, нашій уяві про добро та зло. Це той випадок, коли порятунок можливий лише всім світом. Давайте станемо таким світом для наших дітей, щоб вони знову повірили в цей світ та його людей. Після всього пережитого теж відновили свою довіру. Дякую.
Thank you very much, Madam Zelenska, for informing us and giving us the faces which are behind or in front of the figures that you mentioned as well. That we understand that behind every figure there is a full universe, and that this assembly, I very much agree with you, has a high responsibility to do whatever we can do in order to assure that this fundamental human right of children to be with their parents is restored. Thank you once again for giving us this up-to-date information. Now, first in the debate, I call Madam Zanda Kalnina Lukasevich from Latvia, and she speaks on behalf of the European People's Party. Zanda, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear First Lady of the Ukraine, first let me thank also the rapporteur, Mr. Paulo Piscu, and the Committee on Migration for a very good draft of the resolution. I have to be frank, the use of the Ukrainian children in an attempt to attack the resolve and determination of brave people of Ukraine is the utmost unhuman action besides all the war crimes committed by Russia. I mean, the killings, sexual abuse, injuries of the children, the unlawful transfers and deportation to the Russian Federation and Belarus, and children forcible placement under custody or adoption by Russian foster families. The so-called re-education summer camps organized by Russia are nothing else but propaganda and torture camps, both for the children who are under strict regime in the so-called camps, and as well for parents or relatives who in many cases don't even know where their children are. This practice is a clear combination of hostage-taking, deportation and Russification policy, with prohibition to speak Ukrainian language or express in many ways or in any ways their Ukrainian identity and culture. This is crime of genocide under the Genocide Convention. Dear colleagues, last week I had an opportunity to meet with the father of 3 deported children from Mariupol and the incredibly brave and bright kids. The family also just mentioned by the First Lady. The 3 children were deported to Moscow and were obliged to experience the so-called Russian care of the Ukrainian children. They literally went through hell. While the father was detained for almost 2 months, the children were told that their father could be dead. If not dead, then in jail for a long time, and he won't come after them ever. At the Russian presidential camp, children's day started at 6 a.m. Almost every day, they had a demonstration of Russian propaganda movies and movies about the Second World War. Some days, they were pushed to attend dance parties, discos with loud blasting music. Can you imagine this combination? The children have just experienced the horror of war, in this case in Mariupol, and believe they have just lost their only parent, are forced to go to dance party and watch war movies. Only a miracle helped the family from Mariupol to find a way to reunite. This family have found safe haven in Riga, Latvia. However, there are so many families from Ukraine to be united. Ladies and gentlemen, let me once more welcome the decision of the ICC to issue arrest warrants for the President of the Russian Federation and the Commissioner for Children's Rights in the Office of the President of the Russian Federation. They are directly responsible for the Ukrainian children's deportations. I would like to express strong support to the recommendations put forward by the Commissioner for Human Rights of the Council of Europe, calling for urgent establishment of concrete mechanisms and solutions to reunite the children with their families. Likewise, I would like to express support for the active role to be played by this organization in determining accountability and securing justice. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, this is our duty and responsibility to punish the perpetrators and help Ukrainian children. We have to find ways how to save Ukrainian children from the hell called Russian care, urgently.
Thank you, Zanda. Next in the debate, I call Madam Yevgenia Kravchuk from Ukraine. Yevgenia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, cher colleague, rapporteur, I want to start with some personal observation from my family. My husband is a policeman, and when there is a special code concerning children, the crime against children, all the crimes receive so-called alpha status. It's no matter it's day or night, middle of winter, actually, especially if it's night and middle of winter, the special rescue team is gathered immediately and no one rests until the child, which is abducted, for example, gets home. And, I even can tell it from the phone when he speaks because he says, gather everyone. Ukraine cannot gather a rescue team to go physically to Russia and bring Ukrainian kids back. But what we can form the coalition of like-minded countries, of like-minded people who share the same values, because these values are universal, to put pressure on this world criminal Putin, whose arrest warrant waits for him in The Hague. We also should use all the legal and all international instruments to bring Ukrainian kids home and their perpetrators to court and justice. The scariest thing right now, which is probably, Russia is doing with abducted children, that they are being re-educated, cut off from contacts with their homeland, poisoned with the worst messages of the psychological techniques of Russian propaganda. In fact, they're being sent to a factory to produce a new person, a person loyal to the Russian world and also ready to aggressively impose it by force in future. This is exactly what Hitler and Stalin did in the last century. What are the Russians really doing by re-educating Ukrainian children? They're not just depriving the national identity, forcing them to hate the land they were born in. They are violating and destroying the children's inner world. To destroy at least one child's inner world is a crime against future. But in the center of Europe, we have a machine, a state machine that kidnaps a child, destroys the identity, and that's the challenge for Europe and for the entire civilized world, a challenge of barbarism and genocide. Yes, genocide. And as our rapporteur has rightfully mentioned, that the forcible transfer of children from one group to another group with the intention to destroy, totally or in part, a national, ethnic, racial or religious group is considered as a crime of genocide under Article 2, paragraph E of the 1948 Genocide Conventions. And it matches with the documented evidence of deportation and forcible transfer of Ukrainian children to Russian Federation. It's important that we call in this report to International Criminal Court to consider prosecuting Russia for committing genocide against Ukrainians. And it's important that we urge the state parties of the Rome Statute to take all measures to bring Putin and Lvova Belova to The Hague where they belong. And on behalf of the ALDE group, I urge you to support this resolution, and I urge to combine our efforts to bring all Ukrainian children back home and their perpetrators to The Hague.
Thank you very much. Evgenia, and you mentioned what I forgot and need to say, that you spoke on behalf of the ALDE group. Now on behalf of the European Conservative group, we are going to listen to Madam Olena Komenko, also from Ukraine. Olena?
Dear colleagues, the crime of deportation is a typical tool of Russia throughout the centuries. The Russian Empire, the USSR, or the modern Russian Federation, this country has always aimed to destroy national communities. Nowadays, with its mass-scale campaign of stealing Ukrainian children, Russia goes for its ultimate mission of destroying the Ukrainian nation to steal new Ukrainian generations. Russian authorities have interrogated, detained, and forcibly deported hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children from their homes within Ukraine to Russia. This has included the deliberate separation of children from their parents and the abduction of children from orphanages before placing these children for adoption in Russia. Russia applies pressure on children while they stay here, prohibiting to express their Ukrainian identity, bullying them, lying, and isolating them from any communications and on parents even when they personally come to save their children. Finding them and bringing them home is our top priority, and Ukraine counts on you in this effort too. Every operation of bringing children back is unique, complicated, and often involves risks to the relatives going into Russian territory and requires substantial resources. For instance, during one of the latest missions, there was a failed attempt to return 2 children due to the sudden death of their grandmother. Imagine the stress she experienced to rescue her precious children. It is a story of Ilya from Mariupol when he and his mother came under shelling. when they were running to the apartment of their acquaintances, to a house that was more suitable for living at the time. The boy was injured in the leg, and his mother suffered a severe head injury. She gathered her last maternal strength and dragged her 11-year-old son to the apartment where she later died in his arms. Then Russians took the boy from the friends of his family and took him to the occupied Donbass. We managed to return him and reunite him with his grandmother. There is also a risk that Ukrainian children could be eventually adopted by families from other countries. And we urge Council of Europe states to coordinate efforts with Ukraine to prevent this course of actions. Ukraine cannot and will not leave any child behind. Is this assembly finally growing a backbone? Do we finally have enough resolve to ensure the protection of children's rights in accordance with the law that embodies our humanity? Or does it just stay, as so often, words, meaningless words? I'm begging you, for the sake of our children and the survival of the Ukrainian nation, please help financing and directing the governmental and non-governmental organizations supporting families in uniting them. Please help Ukraine to apply pressure to bring back all the actual so-called orphans held captive in Russia. Prosecute with us those committing the systematic violation of the international law. This is the way to ensure a just and peaceful future for all the victims of Russian crimes, and we all have a role to play in it. So let's act together, and let's act now. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you, Elena. Next in the debate, I call Mr. Bjarni Johannesson from Iceland, and Bjarni speaks on behalf of the Unified European Left.
Mr. President, Mrs. Zelenska, First Lady of Ukraine. This debate is of utmost concern, the illegal deportation of Ukrainian children to Russia. Since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, evidence has been collected about core international crimes committed against Ukrainian children, and it is important to take note that the forcible transfer and deportation of civilians, including children, can be prosecuted as a war crime and as a crime against humanity. This practice not only violates international law, but it also goes against the principles of human rights and the best interest of the child. We must find out about the whereabouts of these children, even though the Russian regime will not cooperate. We must do our utmost to get the abducted Ukrainian children reunited with their families and relatives. A thorough documentation of this brutal act is important for the children at stake and their families. But it is also vital for the accountability of the Russian regime for crimes against Ukrainian people. As stated in the report, the Council of Europe member states should continue to assist Ukraine and others, including through any future register of damage, to record cases, gather evidence, identify victims and their current locations, and establish communications with them. Continued support for Ukraine, accountability of the aggressor, and the establishment of a register of damages, the first legally binding act of this nature, will be at the heart of the Reykjavik summit. The establishment of the registry is extraordinary and the first necessary step of comprehensive mechanism for the victims of war, of aggression, including the children that have been robbed of their future. This vital first step will create the necessary legal foundations for acting on crimes committed in due time. The situation of the children affected by war, including the Ukrainian children that have been forcibly separated from their families, will be on the agenda at the Reykjavik summit. Furthermore, the Committee of Ministers is working on a text to support the children of Ukraine, and I hope for an agreement by Council of Europe in this area. I also have to say that new study shows large majority of allied citizens among member states of NATO support the country continuing to provide support to Ukraine. And I am proud to say the citizens of Iceland are the ones that express the strongest support. The international community universally sees the abduction of children as unacceptable. Removing children from their families or from care facilities and forcibly transferring them is by all considered a reprehensible act of violence. The forced removal of children from their homes and families is a traumatic experience that can have lasting negative effects on their mental and emotional well-being. We must do everything in our power to reclaim the life of these children and their families and to make the Russian regime answer to these cruel acts of war crimes. Children that are being torn from their families and stripped of their identity and future, deprived of their loved ones, heritage and culture, we must unite to bring them back, and we will.
Thank you, Bjarni. Last speaker on behalf of the political groups is Madam Thorhilde Sunna Eversdottir. Sunna, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Madam Zelenska, for being with us today and for your powerful plea for justice for the children of Ukraine. Stealing children, robbing them of their families and their identity is not only an atrocity towards them, it is not only a horrible crime against these children and their families, but it is rightly defined as a component of the crime of all crimes, the crime of genocide. The mounting evidence of the systemic and intentional nature of these crimes puts a grave responsibility on all of us in our national capacities, but also in particular upon our international legal and humanitarian organizations to respond rapidly and effectively on multiple fronts. First, we must act fast to trace all of these children and return them to their families, or if that's not possible, to another safe haven. Here, our international institutions, and in particular the leaders of this institution, must do their very best to establish a mechanism capable of this enormous task as quickly as possible. I hope that we will be able to take meaningful steps in this direction in my home country in just a few weeks. Secondly, we must face the facts. The facts that these systemic abductions of Ukrainian children reveal the genocidal intent of the Russian authorities towards the Ukrainian nation, and accept our responsibility to bring the perpetrators of these grave crimes to justice. And finally, we must do everything in our power to support our Ukrainian friends, and we must do everything in our power to fulfill our duty to prevent genocide, which is an international and a moral duty that lies on all of us, and we should not forget history, and we should learn from the mistakes of history, and we should do everything we can with all the means of our disposal to stop these grave crimes against the people of Ukraine and against the children of Ukraine as quickly as humanly possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunna. Now in the debate, I call Mr. Lukas Savikas from Lithuania. Lukas, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear President, dear honorable guests. I want to thank the rapporteur for brilliant work done. And we all know that today we are all witnesses of a painful history repeating. Deportations of innocent people from countries occupied by Russia 70 years ago are happening once again in Ukraine. There are numerous credible sources, including International Criminal Court, the International Commission Inquiry on Ukraine, who have called attention to Russia's unlawful forced deportations of children from within Ukraine to the Russian Federation. As of mid-April 2023, the Ukrainian government stated that it had collected reports of over 19,000 children classified as deported to the Russian Federation, of which the authorities have indicated only 361 having since returned. This has included deliberate separation of children from their parents, and abduction of children from orphanages, and placing these children for adoption within Russia. It clearly violates international humanitarian law, as well as amounts to a war crime. Furthermore, the practice of these unlawful deportations had started before the Russian Federation full-scale aggression against Ukraine of 24 February 2022, These practices have intensified and evolved further since that date and are clearly being planned and organized in a systematic way within the framework of state policy. Policy which is based on Russification process, which implies a prohibition to the deported children to speak Ukrainian language or express in any way their Ukrainian identity or culture. The President of Russian Federation and President's Commissioner for Children's Rights have both been indicted by International Criminal Court. The victims and survivors of war aggression and atrocity crimes have a right to justice and a right to reparations. Therefore, we must support all accountability efforts. However, the repatriation of children, their rehabilitation, the creation of conditions for family reunifications to preserve and to identify the children of Ukraine must now be a priority for all Council of Europe member states. I really hope that we will show our solidarity today and pass this resolution unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Now I call Madam Lisha Vasilenko from Ukraine. Lisha, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. And today I am very, very grateful to our rapporteurs who have put together a fundamental report which condemns in the strictest but also in the fairest terms the grave crime, another grave crime that Russia is committing against the peaceful people of Ukraine and against the most vulnerable of those peaceful people. This time last year, speaking at the UN Security Council, Amal Clooney called Ukraine a slaughterhouse. Ukraine became a slaughterhouse at the courtesy of Russia. And to save the children from this slaughterhouse, many Ukrainian parents have had, sometimes at gunpoint, to make the difficult choice of moving their children to safety to Russia. Now, the First Lady of Ukraine has given you a few examples of the cases at hand. And I would like you to imagine just now, as parents, what it is like when you stay for a month, maybe more, in the basement with your child, struggling to find food, struggling to survive yourself and to have your child survive. And then, one day, soldiers come, men in uniform, with their tanks and their guns, and they tell you to get out and to cross over the border, to cross into Russia. And worse still, sometimes they tell you to hand over your child, and promising that that child will be taken to safety. It's a choice without a choice, really. And that choice without a choice has led to 20,000 children, Ukrainian children, being essentially abducted by Russia. These 20,000 are just the cases that we know of, that we have identified. There are 100,000 more, maybe as many as 1 million. But we cannot say for sure, because Russia does not allow to monitor and to investigate the situation. Instead, what we know is that Russia has espoused, yet again, the colonialistic strategy of the USSR empire, where the youth of Ukraine are being robbed of their national identity. The children that we have managed to save all report being forced to sing the Russian national anthem, being forced to learn the propaganda from Russian history books. They are made feel ashamed of being Ukrainian, and they are made feel fear of being Ukrainian. And this shame and this fear, it stays for lifetimes. It stays for generations. And it paves the way to the eradication of a nation. And Russia is doing exactly that. Article 2 of the International Convention on the Prevention of the Crime of Genocide, point E, says exactly that. And Article 1 of that very same convention puts a responsibility on the states signatories of the convention, of which all of our member states of this organization are part of, to prevent the crime of genocide. I hope today that there will be a unanimous support for this report, for this resolution, but I also hope even more that we all go back home set to make sure to close this very sad genocidal page in the history of Ukraine, but also in our common European history, and to make sure that this page is closed once and for all and as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Lesha. Now in the debate, I give the floor to Mr. Alexander Meresko from Ukraine. Alexander?
Thank you. Dear friends, we all know that deportation of children is one of the most serious international crimes which constitutes genocide under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. It is not only our moral, but also our legal duty, obligation under international law to prevent a crime of genocide and to punish the perpetrators of this horrible crime, no matter where it happens, in Ukraine, in Burma, in Chechnya, in Rwanda, in Tibet, in Xinjiang, or in any other part of the world. I would like to emphasize the idea that under international law, a crime of genocide is a crime against the whole international community, against the whole humankind, against each human being. We should do everything possible to prevent genocide, to stop genocide, and to bring to justice the perpetrators. To ignore unfolding genocide, to stay neutral, is deeply immoral and amounts to being on the side of the evil. The perpetrators of the genocide want us to pretend that we don't see what's going on, thereby making us silent accomplices of these crimes. One of the lessons of the Second World War is that humankind should make every effort to stop genocide. Unfortunately, we continue to live in times when the genocidal authoritarian regimes, one of such regimes is the terrorist state Russia, conduct genocidal policy. In terms of their methods and propaganda, all genocidal regimes are alike. To cover up such genocide, the authoritarian regimes use different euphemisms, and one of them is re-education, which in reality means stealing the children from their parents and brainwashing them by propaganda, be it a Russian totalitarian propaganda or any kind of communist propaganda with national specifics. In the face of the crime of genocide committed by authoritarian regimes, the humankind should have very clear and effective response. In other words, the crucial question is what we all together should do to stop the unfolding genocides. I am confident that a genocidal state should be totally isolated politically, economically, diplomatically. In particular, a genocide regime cannot be a member of the United Nations or a permanent member of the Security Council. And I would like to suggest that we start fighting genocidal regimes by severing diplomatic relations with the genocidal states. As we can see, the existing political and legal mechanisms of the genocide prevention don't function properly. That is why we need to create a new legal and political mechanisms which would be sufficiently effective and which would protect victims of genocide. I also believe that the Council of Europe can and should play an important role in this regard. If we don't do anything, if the free world will continue to ignore genocide or not doing enough, no matter where it is being committed, then at some point in time, genocide can come to our homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Now I give the floor to your neighbor, Maria Mazensva, Madam Maria Mazensva from Ukraine. Maria, you have the floor now.
Dank u wel. Thank you, dear President. Hello, colleagues. You know, we are setting up yet another historical example for the international organizations because everything we're passing here in terms of resolutions are going further to the UN institutions, to the NATO, OSCE parliamentary assemblies, and today is yet another historical document which is at your tables. We are confirming that what has happened and what is being happening as of now in Ukraine, in the temporary occupied territories of Ukraine, in the Russian Federation, in Belarus, in Chechnya, and sometimes there are cases already being evident that kids are being deported, Ukrainian kids are being deported to Syria even. They are here, very well said by the rapporteur, by the Migration Committee, and hopefully voted by us as a crime of a genocide. There were 361 cases, as the First Lady said, the tears of happiness for the 361 families. But there are so many more tears of sorrow, which will follow and drop further and further again. Colleagues, we have already the ICC warrant for President Putin, the empire of evil and his so-called lady for the rights of children, Madam Lvova-Belova. We hope that the justice will prevail, but what does this paper give to us as parliamentarians? What does this paper give to us, to the families who are suffering? We clearly state, we call on the International Red Cross to use its clear mandate to travel, to get the security clearance to more than 40 camps of detention of these children in the territory of Russia. We call on the United Nations, we call on the UNESCO, whom we met, the representatives of whom we've met today, and they are ready to help, because these children cannot walk with their small legs to the office in Moscow. They do not know how can they report this crime, because most of them probably have lost their relatives, don't have a contact with their relatives, and they're being lied that their relatives are simply dead, which is not true. Surely the Lanzarote Convention, Russia stays as a side party to this international document, because many of these children are probably, as of now, might be misused for sexual exploitations, for the trade of children, etc. Colleagues, we have an important amendment at the very end of this paper suggesting the strengthening of the Coordination Council for the Protection of Children under the office of President Zelensky. And I highly ask you to support all of the amendments that will be presented. No 3 minutes, no 5 minutes, not hour, not 11 hours of discussion would tell us how we really feel, how these families really feel. But this brings us, this paper brings us closer as a chairmanship and championship of our organization to really bring every Ukrainian child back home. Please support this resolution. Slava героям, діткам України.
Thank you very much. Dear Maria, next in the debate I call Mr. Mehmet Mehdi Eka from Turkey.
Dear President, dear colleagues, I thank the rapporteur for his work that addresses the situation of the forcibly displaced Ukrainian civilians and children. I regret that civilians, especially children, are always the most vulnerable group that are most adversely affected by the conflicts and subsequent atrocities. The war in Ukraine has claimed lives of thousands of civilians, including children. Moreover, millions were forced from their homes and became refugees or stranded in areas affected by the conflict. Accountability is also vital to deter and prevent violations of international humanitarian law, as well as international human rights law. We call for fair, prompt, and impartial investigations on all allegations of violations and to hold perpetrators accountable in a competent court of law. To alleviate the sufferings of civilians and to provide humanitarian relief, safety and freedom of movement of the UN and other international organizations must be guaranteed. Prohibition of torture and ill treatment is imperative, especially in times of armed conflicts. Its prevention starts with ensuring the access of independent observers. Since the beginning of the war, Turkey has engaged in facilitating progress on the humanitarian and practical aspects of the war. Black Sea Grain Initiative, led by Turkey and United Nations joint efforts, large-scale prisoner exchange, including commanders of the Azov Battalion, and our proposal to set up a deconfliction zone around Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant are instances where Turkey acted as a facilitator. We also hosted Russian and Ukrainian ombudspersons in January in Ankara. They discussed a number of humanitarian issues, including return of children and family reunification. In the period ahead, Turkey will continue its efforts in this regard. We will also continue to support this Assembly's efforts to lessen the suffering of those affected by the war. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mehmet. Next in the debate, I call Madam Sandra Zampa from Italy. Sandra, you have the floor.
Grazie Presidente. Ringrazio il collega Pisco per il difficile e delicatissimo lavoro finalizzato a denunciare e a colpire anche in questa sede così autorevole il fenomeno delle deportazioni e dei trasferimenti forzati di persone di minore età, bambine e bambini ucraini, verso la Federazione Russa o i territori ucraini temporaneamente occupati. Il 17 marzo scorso la seconda Camera predibattimentale della Corte Penale Internazionale ha emesso 2 mandati di arresto per il presidente russo Putin e per la commissaria per i diritti dei bambini, sembra quasi una beffa questo nome, Lova Belova. In quella sede sono stati evidenziati ragionevoli motivi per ritenere entrambi responsabili del crimine di guerra di deportazione illegale dei bambini ucraini. Si tratta di gravissime violazioni della Convenzione di Ginevra sulla tutela della popolazione civile e delle norme nel quadro consolidato del diritto internazionale sui conflitti. Anche la Commissione internazionale indipendente d'inchiesta delle Nazioni Unite nel suo rapporto di marzo ha denunciato il fenomeno e il Consiglio per i diritti umani delle Nazioni Unite ha approvato una risoluzione sul tema, così come ha fatto il Parlamento europeo. Da ultimo, la commissaria per i diritti umani del Consiglio d'Europa, Mijatović, ha denunciato, al termine di una visita finalizzata precisamente a far luce sul fenomeno, la violazione della Convenzione ONU sui diritti del fanciullo, sottoscritta anche dalla Federazione Russa. Da sempre le guerre hanno nelle persone più vulnerabili, bambini in testa, le vittime prioritarie. Un crimine ignobile che deve essere impedito. Anche per questo occorre intensificare le attività diplomatiche e politiche, lavorando tutti insieme per ottenere la restituzione dei bambini alle loro famiglie e al loro paese. Occorre che tutta la comunità internazionale si mobiliti e che siano sostenute le agenzie umanitarie e le organizzazioni non governative che tutelano l'infanzia e i diritti umani. L'Italia sosterrà ogni azione finalizzata a questo fine, perché cessi questo spaventoso crimine e ai bambini siano restituiti i diritti che la Convenzione ONU indica saggiamente.
Grazie mille, Sandra. Next in the debate, I call Madam Maria Valentina Martinez Ferro from Spain. Maria, you have the floor. It looks as if Maria is not with us, so next I give the floor to Madam Olena Moshinec from Ukraine. Olena, you have the floor.
I would like to thank the reporters for supporting us. Thanks to First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, for this speech. Right now, my child, a 9-month-old boy, Bogdan, is here, having traveled more than 2,000 kilometers to be with me. Unfortunately, not all Ukrainian children have the opportunity to be with their families right now. Today, the world's largest country in terms of territory, Russian Federation, is forcibly removing other people's children. At the same time, the Russian authorities note both an increase in child crime in their country and in the number of suicides among Russian children. They can't manage their own children, but they steal ours. We hope that more than 1,000 pages of materials on the forced deportation of children submitted by the Office of the Prosecutor General to the ICC will be used to punish the criminals. The number of Ukrainian citizens forcibly deported to Russia last year is more than 2.5 million. More than 90,000 deported Ukrainian children have been officially verified. In fact, the figure may be more than 15 times higher. The practice of illegal and forced deportation of children from Ukraine to Russia is a violation of international law. We are grateful to the international partners for providing financial support to the ICC to strengthen its capacity to investigate these crimes and for imposing sanctions on 15 individuals responsible to the deportation and forced adoption of Ukrainian children from the occupied territories. We also have great hopes for the Reykjavik summit and for the conference organized by European Commission and Poland, which is designed to unite international efforts to find children deported from Ukraine. Children are not weapons. Children are not a method of warfare and political games. Children should be resting in summer camps, not being tortured in filtration once. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your contribution, Olena. Next speaker will be Mr. Alexei Goncharenko from Ukraine. Alexei.
Thank you very much, dear Chairman, dear colleagues. First of all, great work of rapporteur. Big thanks for this, and especially big thanks for the word genocide, which is mentioned in the text. That is very important. But we need to say after this, when we are saying terrorism, we know that there is a definition, sponsor of terrorism. But when we are saying genocide, there are also sponsors of genocide. So who are the sponsors of genocide? And I want now to mention one country, Hungary. Just last year, Hungary tripled their import from Russia. It means that average Hungarian every month is sending 18 euros to Russia to finance this war, to finance this genocide. Starting from a newborn, every month. And it's extremely painful for me, because Hungary is our neighbor. I can understand when some people in Brazil, maybe they don't realize who are the Russians, what they are doing. Maybe for them Russia is matryoshka and ballet in Bolshoi theater. But people from Hungary, they know what is Russia. Because not like Russians never raped women in Rio de Janeiro, but Russian tankists killed people in Budapest in 1956. Russian people and Russian army killed people in Hungary in 1848. For several times already in Hungarian history, their liberty, their future was taken by Russia and destroyed. And after this, we see all these statements, oh no, we will not say, that is some war, that is not about us, we need cheap Russian gas. So, dear Hungarians, you are exchanging cheap Russian gas on our children. Are you serious about this? I'm shocked because I understand when Budapest was occupied by Russian tanks, that was clear. But it looks like that today, Hungary is occupied by cheap Russian gas. Is it real liberty if your decisions are dictated by just on price of gas? I can understand why people can be afraid of tank. I saw it by my own eyes, as millions of Ukrainians. But I can't understand how people can be terrified and their way of life can be dictated by price on gas. That's something which should not happen, according to Christian traditions about which Prime Minister Orban is saying all the time. How Minister of Foreign Affairs Siarta can come to Moscow when already International Criminal Court issued a warrant on Putin? How it can be? Just can somebody explain it to me? So I address to Hungarians, it's never late to fix the mistakes. Please do it. Fix the mistakes, stand with the free world, stand with Ukraine, stand with your neighbor. Let us protect the freedom, democracy. That is the best pragmatic option for Hungary too. And together we will win. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexei. I heard that it is your opinion about Ukraine, but to say that a member state is a sponsor of genocide, that is your opinion, you're entitled to, but we should take care by using words here in this assembly. Having said that, maintenant, le prochain orateur est M. Didier de Marie de la France. Vous avez la parole, Didier.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues. Je remercie à mon tour notre collègue Paolo Pisco pour son rapport et Madame Zelenska pour son émouvante intervention qui souligne l'ampleur des déportations et transferts forcés d'enfants ukrainiens vers la Fédération de Russie ou les territoires ukrainiens temporairement occupés. C'est un sujet sur lequel le Sénat français a pris récemment position en adoptant une résolution condamnant les agissements de la Russie. Et je suis heureux que notre Assemblée adopte à son tour une position forte tant le sujet est grave. De nombreux chiffres ont circulé et le rapport qui nous est soumis retient l'hypothèse de plus de 19 000 enfants déportés. Ils sont vraisemblablement plus nombreux. Comme le souligne notre rapporteur, ces déportations relèvent d'une politique d'État systématique. C'est l'avenir de l'Ukraine que la Russie tente d'affaiblir en la privant de futures forces vives. C'est la culture ukrainienne qu'elle veut atteindre. Mais c'est aussi une Russie en proie à de graves problèmes démographiques qui veut se renforcer. De nombreux enfants déportés sont placés dans des familles d'accueil ou hébergés dans des camps où ils suivent un processus de russification accéléré pour tenter de les couper durablement de leur pays, de leurs origines. Il ne s'agit pas d'un déplacement humanitaire pour préserver la vie d'enfants confrontés à la guerre. Il s'agit bien d'un crime de guerre, d'un crime contre l'humanité, d'un crime de génocide au regard de la Convention de 1948. Face à cette situation, notre réaction doit être claire et unanime, et j'invite tous nos parlements à adopter des résolutions condamnant ces crimes et appelant la Russie à cesser immédiatement ceci et à restituer ces enfants à leurs parents et à leur pays. Je me félicite que la Cour pénale internationale ait émis des mandats d'arrêt contre M. Poutine et Mme Vlova-Belova. Au-delà, ce sont tous les responsables des déportations d'enfants ukrainiens qui doivent être poursuivis. Tous les États partis au statut de Rome doivent assurer l'exécution de ces mandats d'arrêt et faire en sorte que tous les responsables des déportations d'enfants ukrainiens soient poursuivis. J'appelle les États membres du Conseil de l'Europe à mettre en œuvre tous les moyens à leur disposition, en coopération avec les autorités ukrainiennes, pour identifier, documenter et recenser tous les cas de transferts forcés et de déportation d'enfants engagés par la Russie depuis le début du conflit. La création d'un registre des dommages serait une contribution importante du Conseil de l'Europe et je forme le vœu qu'il soit établi rapidement. Notre engagement doit être sans faille et une perspective doit nous guider, celle du rapatriement des enfants déportés afin qu'ils puissent demain vivre dans leur pays, retrouver leurs parents et vivre dans ce qui est et restera l'Ukraine. Merci.
Merci à vous, Didier. Now I call on the debate Mr. Jacek Protasevich from Poland. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues, members of the Council of Europe. First of all, allow me to start with expressing my sincere gratitude to Madame Zelenska, First Lady of Ukraine, for her moving speech delivered to our chamber a while ago. Real examples of children being victims of Russian invaders who were present during her speech have been, I believe, for all of us gathered here in the hemicycle, very touching. Secondly, let me also thank to Paolo Pisco, the author of the draft report on deportations and forcible transfer of Ukrainian children and other civilians to Russian Federation or to Ukrainian territories temporarily occupied, create conditions for the safe return, stop these crimes and punish the perpetrators. I do agree, Paolo, with you and with your opening statement of that report. Aggression against Ukraine of February 24th last year represents a massive and ongoing violation of international law and a tragedy of human suffering. One of the most shameful examples of Russia's crime against humanity is simply kidnapping Ukrainian children from elder ages until the age of 17 years old and transferring them to Russian families orphanages or youth camps located in territories controlled by Russian Federation. The cynical goal of those illegal practices is to impose an indoctrination on them in order to bring up new Russian citizens full of a hatred to their homeland or even parents, as they are very often told to be abandoned and forgotten by them. Those crimes were already firmly condemned by both the United Nations and our Council, the European Parliament, as well as Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, as violations of different conventions, and particularly the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, once signed by Russia Federation itself. As those practices are organized and carried out in a systematic way, with at least 20,000 children deported to Russia, we observe, in fact, a state-designed policy of kidnapping children, and that is why the Russian government must be perceived as a terrorist one. And members of the regime, including Maria Alexeyevna Lvova-Belova, Russian Commissioner for Children's Rights in the Office of the President of the Russian Federation, along with Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, should be brought to the International Criminal Court that already issued a proper arrest warrant against them. And finally, following the request of Maria Mentzleva, I would like to declare my support for amendments submitted by Ukrainian delegation to this draft report, because, for instance, by mentioning Alexander Lukashenko, those amendments include also other people involved in that criminal activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are going to listen to Mr. Kimmo Kiljunen from Finland. Kimmo?
Mr. President, I see the time constraints, and I try to be very short, knowing that the speakers list is still very long. As Mr. President, you know very well, when we are discussing countries like Belarus and countries like Russia, we are frequently saying that the place for politicians is in parliament, not in exile or in prison. That's the basics in any democratic society in politics. Mr. President, you know similarly well that the place for a child is in home, in secure family environment, not in some alien environment, alien families, alien countries. That's the basics of human life. Who breaks that one breaks some very, very essential in human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimmo. Now we are going to listen to Mr. Emanuelis Singris from Lithuania. Emanuelis, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, just the President, lady number one, mentioned 19,390 kidnapped children, only 361 returned to Ukraine. Means 20,000 Ukrainian children there in the hands of ideology who is producing hatred. Hatred inside of Russia in preparation to the second and third war who will be after Ukrainian war turned against us. Mr. Putin just a few days ago, dear President, announced that new pioneer organizations will be established in Russia with absolutely crystal clear Russian mirror ideology. My mother faced years and years in Nazi concentration camps in Germany after ghetto. And she told me the stories about the guys who were from Hitlerjugend, raising hands for Adolf Hitler. So we are repeating the Hitlerjugend stories with Russian pioneers, overbooked with expansionist Russian ideology, and children, Ukrainian children, who stopped to listen to the lullabies in Ukrainian language and switched not only to Russian language, but the ideology were put it for all Russia territory, including Buryat children, including Chechen children, including Russian children, where you have Maslykova case when for one drawing about freedom of Ukraine, all family were, father was detained and arrested. Mr. Chairman, dear friends, we just spent the story 25 years of Lukashenko regime. What he did with Belarusian children, what he, in closing 200 Belarusian national language schools and turning them to Russian school and turning them to the Ruski Mir ideology. Poland and Lithuania is on the border with Belarus, and we're facing new militarized, in the fascist hatred way, Belarusian generation. Ukraine children should be saved from the two items, A and B, to be kidnapped, having their rights for Ukrainian national identity, and third, to be saved from hatred. Hatred spread by Mr. Putin in every corner of Russia. In front of us, we have all, and especially in this fantastic report, who I am supporting from my deep heart, and amendments, very good amendments. The Lemkin formulation of genocide, 1948, by United Nations. So if Russia withdraw from Council of Europe, but Russia still is a member and now is of United Nations, and this genocide convention was created like an echo to Second World War by Jewish guy, Mr. Lemkin, who family say were surviving Second Holocaust.
Thank you, Emmanuel.
So for that reason, I am asking to support this fantastic report and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to give as many people the floor as possible if we stick to the speaking time. Prochain orateur est Monsieur Claude Kern de la France. Claude.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, je remercie notre collègue Paolo Pisco pour ce rapport qui appelle une réponse claire contre les déportations et transferts forcés d'enfants et d'autres civils ukrainiens vers la Fédération de Russie ou les territoires ukrainiens temporairement occupés. J'ai moi-même été le rapporteur d'une résolution sur ce sujet adoptée par le Sénat français à l'initiative de notre collègue André Gattolin. Je rappelle que les enfants sont particulièrement protégés par le droit international, qu'il s'agisse du droit de la guerre ou du droit international humanitaire, régi notamment par les conventions de Genève du 12 août 1949, mais aussi bien sûr par la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme de 1948 et par la Convention internationale relative aux droits de l'enfant. Tous ces textes ratifiés par la Russie. Ils le sont aussi par les traités et les textes européens. À la différence des combattants qui, une fois capturés, sont détenus comme prisonniers de guerre et peuvent être déplacés vers le territoire ennemi, le transfert forcé de civils et notamment d'enfants est interdit par le droit international humanitaire et peut donner lieu à des poursuites en tant que crime de guerre et crime contre l'humanité. La Cour pénale internationale a émis des mandats d'arrêt contre Vladimir Poutine et contre Maria Lvova-Belova, la commissaire présidentielle russe aux droits de l'enfant. C'est un acte très important, mais il faut maintenant faire en sorte qu'il soit suivi d'effets. Ces deux figures sont évidemment les plus symboliques, mais il faudra s'attaquer à l'ensemble de la chaîne des responsables de la mise en œuvre de cette politique d'État. Maria Lvova-Belova a été sanctionnée par l'Union européenne dans le cadre du 7e train de sanctions adopté en juillet 2022. Je considère que le train de sanctions adopté par l'Union européenne devra être élargi afin de viser l'ensemble des responsables du système de déportation d'enfants et de civils. J'appelle également tous les États membres du Conseil de l'Europe et l'Union européenne à mettre en œuvre tous les moyens techniques et humains à leur disposition en coopération avec les autorités ukrainiennes pour documenter et recenser tous les cas de transfert forcé et de déportation d'enfants. Ce génocide, ces crimes ne doivent pas rester impunis. Mais l'objectif ultime, au-delà du jugement de ces criminels de guerre, c'est bien le retour des enfants déportés en Ukraine afin qu'ils puissent demain y construire leur avenir et participer au développement de leur pays et au rayonnement de la culture dont on essaye de les priver. Ce sera certainement un combat long et difficile, mais notre détermination
doit être sans faille. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, cher Claude. Now I call in the debate Mr. Pavlo Susko from Ukraine. Pavlo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. The topic we are debating on today terrifies me as a father, as a Ukrainian, and a human being. In the middle of Europe, thousands of children are being abducted and forcibly taken away from their parents and their homeland. As per the National Police of Ukraine, around 19,000 children have been illegally deported to Russia. However, due to the imperial occupation of Ukrainian territories and the lack of data, the number can be much higher. Therefore, we call on the Russian Federation to respect its obligations under international law and immediately stop deportation of Ukrainian children to its territory or to territories under its control, to immediately notify the names and locations of all already deported children and to provide the opportunity and assistance for their return to Ukraine. The international community is united in addressing this problem, and we appreciate the support and assistance provided to Ukraine in this regard. Taking all of the issues in account, it is essential to focus on strong multi-level cooperation between different states, international organizations, and civil society to gain access to these abducted children, verify the conditions of their detention and safety, and eventually to bring them back home and reunite with their families. Member states have to play a crucial role in supporting Ukraine's efforts to develop a clear and effective legal and political mechanism that will ensure the safe return of Ukrainian children who were illegally deported to Russia. Let us stand together to put an end to this crime and ensure that justice is served for those who were affected and that the perpetrators at all levels are identified and brought to justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. Next on the list is Mr. André Gomes-Reno from Spain, but I do not see him here, so je passe la parole à Monsieur Stéphane Bergeron de la Canada. Stéphane, vous avez la parole. Le micro.
Voilà. Comme vous le savez sans doute, le 17 mars dernier, les juges de la Cour pénale internationale ont pris la décision extraordinaire d'émettre des mandats d'arrêt contre le président russe Vladimir Poutine et Maria Lvova-Belova, sa commissaire aux droits de l'enfant. Ils sont accusés, et je cite, du crime de guerre de déportation illégale de population et du crime de guerre de transfert illégal de population, et ce, de certaines zones occupées de l'Ukraine vers la Fédération de Russie, et on parle ici principalement d'enfants. Les preuves semblent irréfutables. Comme l'a déclaré sans détour le haut-commissaire des Nations unies aux droits de l'homme, M. Volker Turk, devant le Conseil des droits de l'homme le mois dernier, des enfants ukrainiens ont été transférés vers des territoires occupés ou vers la Fédération de Russie. C'est un fait qui a été corroboré dans un bouleversant reportage du New York Times et par le témoignage de femmes courageuses comme Natalia Tchornik qui ont entrepris des périples incroyables dans le but de récupérer leurs enfants. Selon le gouvernement ukrainien, plus de 19 000 enfants ont été transférés de force ou déportés. C'est un chiffre étonnant en soi, mais d'aucuns affirment qu'il pourrait s'élever à 150 000 enfants. C'est tout simplement ahurissant. L'impulsion génocidaire sous-jacente qui motive ces actes ignobles est évidente. L'objectif est clairement de russifier ces enfants et d'annihiler toute leur référence culturelle ukrainienne. Et on ne parle même pas ici de la douleur indicible d'être ici séparés de leurs parents et de celle des familles touchées. À l'instar d'un autre sinistre personnage dont je ne m'abstiendrai de prononcer le nom en cette Assemblée, Vladimir Poutine avait pourtant clairement exprimé sa vision à ce sujet. Dans son essai de 2021 portant sur l'unité historique des Russes et des Ukrainiens, il niait l'existence même du peuple ukrainien et suggérait de manière absurde qu'il était en fait russe. Voilà probablement pourquoi les troupes russes se sont employées dans tous les territoires qu'ils ont occupés à faire disparaître les marques de l'histoire et de la culture ukrainienne. Cette opération de russification des enfants ukrainiens s'inscrit dans le cadre de cette opération, de cette vision perverse. Même si nous savons que l'arrestation du président Poutine et de Mme Lvova-Belova est peu probable, du moins à court terme, je pense qu'il est essentiel que nous fassions preuve d'unité et de détermination dans notre volonté à exécuter ces mandats d'arrêt. À cet égard, il est extrêmement préoccupant et regrettable que le chef de cabinet du Premier ministre hongrois, Viktor Orban, ait décidé publiquement que la Hongrie, ait déclaré publiquement, dis-je, que la Hongrie n'avait pas l'intention d'y donner suite. Le président serbe, Aleksandar Vučić, s'est même permis de critiquer les mandats d'arrêt. C'est non seulement inacceptable, c'est carrément indécent et irresponsable. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci à vous, cher Stéphane. And now the last speaker in the debate will be Madam Lisa Jasko from Ukraine. Lisa, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, I'm very grateful to all of you that you're discussing this very heavy topic. I'm very happy that the world is vocal about the crimes that are happening now in Ukraine. But when we talk about present, I also think about the past. The past, at least if we look at the 20th century, and we look at what the Soviet Union was doing to many nations, including Ukrainians. And now we see that at least 20,000 people, children, are kidnapped or taken illegally to Russia. But in the 20th century, there were lots of waves of deportations of different nations, thousands and millions of killed lives, memories. I will tell you that we in Ukraine, in our families, when we, for instance, we talk about the lives of our grandparents, we would know that many of our families, including mine, they had relatives who were sent to Siberia just because they spoke Ukrainian, or they were educated, or they were having some property. We also know that there were at least 3 waves of deportation of Crimean Tatars in the end of the 19th century and the 20th century, organized by the Russian Empire and later on by the Soviet Union. When we talk about the consequences of all of this, we know that it's not only about tragedies and traumas of the human lives, but it's also very tragic for the collective historical memory. These generations who go through all of this, they become like stolen generation. And how much healing and reconciliation later on is needed, how much work is needed. And when we talk about all of this, I want you to ask, it's in our hands to make certain tools that will bring justice to these terrible crimes, because we need healing from that crimes. One of the reasons why we in Ukraine keep fighting this, because we know that these crimes that are happening now, they were also happening to our parents, grandparents, to our grandparents, and we want to stop it. We don't want our children to suffer so much also in the future as we suffered in our previous generations. One last thing I want to say about children. We talk about those who are kidnapped, but how many lost their parents? How many are not able to walk freely in the Ukrainian forest because forests are simply mined, and we need demining. It's very complex. It needs healing. It needs lots of efforts for real human recovery. And I'm asking you to do it together with the tool of international law that we are currently discussing here. We need to do this for our future in reconciliation with our memories and with our souls and without hearts, without hatred and without crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. As said, I now have to interrupt the list of speakers. I try to accommodate as many as possible. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in our official report. I remind colleagues that typewritten text must be submitted electronically no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I now call Mr. Pisco, the rapporteur, to reply to the debate. Paolo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank very much all the participation, very especially to the First Lady, Olena Zelenska, that came to participate in our debate with a very touching testimony, and to all the colleagues that brought here also their testimony in this very important subject. All those that participated, I think, are very, very important to give solid basis to the position of the Council of Europe. I'm very pleased that now we can speak loud and clear about a couple of subjects that I hope they will make their own way in the future. The question of deported children, now we have spoken loud and clear about it. The question of Russification, we have spoken loud and clear about this subject. The question of the need to having the proofs of the crime of genocide, we've spoken loud and clear in this assembly. And I think that is the role of the Council of Europe, to do all this, to be in the side of those that are suffering, and to be in the side of those that are against those, the perpetrators of the crimes of war, all kinds of crimes of war. I think that Council of Europe comes dignified with this discussion, with this report that belongs to the Assembly, it belongs to all of us. And I believe that many of the colleagues that they could not participate in this debate would like very much also to do it, because this is a subject that touches all. It's a question of humanity. It's humanity that is in question. And when we come to speaking about crimes of genocide, and the Statute of Rome and the Convention Against Genocide are very clear about this and stating that is one of the elements, we are in face of something that is a shame for all humanity. And we must not be sympathetic about these questions. We must be very assertive in name all this situation. We are in face of a state policy, and we have very clearly the proofs that have been given by the Russian political structure, because in his aim to make propaganda, and we have a lot of proofs on this situation. So, dear colleagues, thank you so much for everything. My aim now is that the international community and international organizations could be together in the efforts helping Ukraine in do the most important things, to identify children and to bring them back home, because this is the most important in their own interest. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Thank you, dear Paolo. Does the Vice Chair of the committee, Mr. Paul Gavin, wish to speak? You have the floor, Paul. 3 minutes.
Thanks indeed, Mr. President. I want to thank Mr. Pisco for his very strong report this afternoon. I want to thank the Secretariat and particularly thank our colleague Angela Garabashiu for her tremendous contribution to this work. On Monday, colleagues, the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons adopted unanimously the draft resolution and the draft recommendation presented by Mr. Pisco. This demonstrates in the strongest possible terms the decision that our members took to condemn the war of aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. The deportations and forcible transfers of Ukrainian children and other civilians to the Russian Federation or to Ukrainian territories temporarily occupied were carried out by Russia without regard to international humanitarian and human rights law. The Russian Federation should immediately and unconditionally cease unlawful, forcible transfer and deportation of Ukrainian children and other civilians. They should halt any adoption procedures underway and stop the imposition of Russian citizenship. The deported and forcibly transferred Ukrainian children lost everything. Their houses are destroyed, their parents are either killed injured, imprisoned or displaced, they experience severe trauma, and they will need years to recover. Forcing upon them a language and a culture of the occupant country is not only inhumane and morally wrong, but as so many colleagues have pointed out, it also constitutes a grave breach of international law. Dear colleagues, Ukrainian children must be reunited with their Ukrainian families, with their parents and legal guardians. They need to be able to rebuild their lives in full respect of their country's culture, language and environment they were born into. The resolution is highlighting the specific steps that must be taken in that sense. The Council of Europe member states should continue to use all their influence to help establish and to support mechanisms for reuniting Ukrainian children with their families and legal guardians. States must lend their political, logistical and financial support to the development of an effective and rapid mechanism to identify, locate and repatriate children and other civilians to Ukraine or to a safe third country. The recommendation addressed to the Committee of Ministers draws the attention to all the existing Council of Europe mechanisms that must be used, such as the Council of Europe Action Plan for Ukraine, Resilience, Recovery and Reconstruction. In addition, a specific declaration in the framework of the future summits of heads of state and government of the Council of Europe in Reykjavik, Iceland, must underscore the need to guarantee the effective protection of the rights of children of Ukraine. For this reason, I encourage you, dear colleagues, to wholeheartedly support the draft resolution and the draft recommendation, and I again commend our colleague, Mr. Pisco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair of the committee, dear Paul. The Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has presented a draft resolution, and you find in document 15748, to which 8 amendments have been tabled, and a draft recommendation, to which 1 amendment has been tabled. Amendments will be taken in order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. We will start with the consideration of the draft resolution and will then consider the draft recommendation. I understand that the Vice Chair of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 2 to the draft resolution, which was unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Gavin? Thank you very much. Does anybody object? If that is not the case, I declare Amendment number 2 to the draft resolution has been agreed. I understand that the Vice Chair of the Committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendments 6, 7, 8 and 3 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the Committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Gavin? Thank you very much. Does anybody object? Don't see. As there is no objection, I declare that Amendments 6, 7, 8 and 3 to the draft resolution are rejected. I now call Mr. Goncharenko to support Amendment number 5. You have 30 seconds, Alexei.
Thank you very much.
Your microphone.
Thank you very much. First of all, again, great job. And in the report, there is mentioning that, unfortunately, not only to Russian Federation, there is a forceful deportation of children, but also to Belarus. And it means that when we are saying about those who are responsible, about those against whom International Criminal Court should work, about whom the warrants should be issued, it's not just Putin, but also self-proclaimed so-called president of Belarus, Lukashenko, in reality Putin's puppet. So that's why the amendments proposes to add self-proclaimed President Alexander Lukashenko as one of those who should be punished for what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. I have been informed that Mr. Pisco wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment as follows. In Amendment number 5, delete the words "the government of Belarus." In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object the oral sub-amendment to being debated? That is not the case. So I call Mr. Pisco to support his oral sub-amendment. You have 30 seconds, Paolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This sub-amendment I accept it in the sense that is being written here, presented here, the self-proclaimed president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, but not the government of Belarus, because in all the references that we have here, they are concrete concerning the responsible for the being accomplice of this situation, of this organization. So we mustn't speak in abstract, but in concrete. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? I do not see any. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Alexei?
Yeah, completely support. Thank you.
Thank you. What is the opinion of the committee, Mr. Gavin? Support, broad support. So I now will put the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. I close the vote and I ask the results to be displayed. And the oral sub-amendment is adopted. We will now consider the main amendment as amended. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment as amended? Don't see any. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment as amended? The support. I shall now put the amendment as amendment number 5 as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The amendment is adopted. I now call Madam Komenko to support amendment number 1. You have 30 seconds.
Dear colleagues, does microphone work? Yeah. Dear colleagues, we assume that there can be cases when forcibly deported children, Ukrainian children, to Russian Federation could be adopted by citizens of Council of Europe member states. We would like to prevent this, and we call on the Council of Europe member states to take steps to jointly develop and implement a mechanism to identify, locate, and repatriate such children to Ukraine. Please be careful, dear friends. Thank you.
Thank you. I have been informed that Mr. Pisco wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment as follows. In amendment number 1, delete the words "to take steps to jointly develop and implement a mechanism to identify, locate, and repatriate such children to Ukraine." In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object the oral sub-amendment being debated? I do not see that opposition. So I call Mr. Pisco to support his oral sub-amendment. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman. This sub-amendment, there's a reason, because I accept the first part of this paragraph until citizens of Council of Europe member states, because it makes sense for not to accept adoptions for member states of Council of Europe. But the second part I don't accept because it's already repeated, and the question of working together jointly with the Ukrainian authorities is already in the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Does anybody wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? Don't see any. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment?
I agree with the sub-amendment.
You accept the oral sub-amendment. What is the opinion of the committee, Mr. Gavin? Approved unanimously. I will now put the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. Vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. And the oral sub-amendment is accepted. We will now consider the main amendment as amended. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment as amended? That is not the case. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment, Mr. Gavin? Approved unanimously. I now shall put amendment number 1 as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. And the amendment as amended is adopted. I now call Madam Komenko to support amendment number 4. You have 30 seconds.
Dear colleagues, we need to tackle together the disinformation and propaganda of the Russian Federation, naming deportation of Ukrainian children as bringing them to safety. So we should be careful and we should be conscious about this and prevent this kind of lies in our media space. Thank you.
Thank you. I have been informed that Mr. Pisco wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment as follows. In amendment number 4, replace the words disseminating the truth about Russia's crimes with disseminating the facts about Russia's crimes. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object the oral sub-amendment being debated? I don't see so. So I call Mr. Pisco to support his oral sub-amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. It's correct. The true is something subjective, facts are something objective. So I ask for the replace of the word true for facts.
Thank you very much. Does anybody wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? I do not see any. What's the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Madam Komenko?
I agree with the proposal of Rapporteur. Thank you.
You agree. Thank you very much. What is the opinion of the committee, Mr. Gavin? Unanimously approved. So I now will put the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I ask for the results to be displayed. And the oral sub-amendment is adopted. We will now consider the main amendment as amended. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment as amended? I don't see any. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment, Mr. Gavin? Unanimously approved. I shall now put amendment number 4 as amended to the vote, and the vote is open. The vote is closed. I ask for the results to be displayed. And the amendment as amended is adopted. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15748 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. I close the votes and I ask the results to be displayed, and the draft resolution is adopted. We will now consider the draft recommendation to which one amendment has been tabled. I call Madam Mezenseva to support amendment number 9. You have 30 seconds, Maria.
Thank you, dear President. As I said in my short intervention, we would like to stress the work of the coordinating council under the President's office, and surely the work of our former colleague of this assembly, who is now an ombudsman for human rights in the Parliament of Ukraine, Dmytro Lubinets. And this, as of today, will be happening due to the Council of Europe program called Help for Education, Human Rights Education for Legal Professionals. Please support, colleagues.
Thank you, Maria. I have been informed that Mr. Pisco wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment as follows. In amendment number 9, replace the words "will be very important" with "can be envisaged." In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object the oral sub-amendment being debated? That is not the case. I call Mr. Pisco to support his oral sub-amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. In fact, I think this amendment proposed is very important to reinforce the cooperation that is needed and the effectivity of the works. But in fact, in the end, we can't qualify this situation as saying it will be very important, can be envisaged. I think is the adequate wording for this.
Thank you, Mr. Pisco. Does anybody wish to speak against this oral sub-amendment? I do not see any. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Maria?
We fully agree, President.
Thank you so much. What is the opinion of the committee, Mr. Gavin? Unanimous support. So I now will put the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I ask for the results to be displayed. And the oral sub-amendment is adopted. We will now consider the main amendment as amended. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment as amended? That is not the case. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment, Mr. Gavin? Unanimous support. I shall now put amendment number 9 as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I ask for the results to be displayed, and the amendment is adopted. That, dear colleagues, brings us now to the final vote on, after this long debate. We will now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation as amended, contained in document 15748. I remind you that a 2/3 majority for a recommendation is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed, and the draft recommendation is adopted. Congratulations to the rapporteurs.
Good evening, dear colleagues. The next item of business this afternoon is current affair debate on Russia's role in escalating tensions in the Republic of Moldova. Speaking time in the debate is limited to 3 minutes for all members except for one member chosen by Bureau to open the debate, who is allowed 7 minutes. In the debate, I call first Mr. Alexander Pocegi. Mr. Pocegi, you have 7 minutes.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, et surtout mes collègues ukrainiens, je voudrais avoir un peu l'attention. Dear Ukrainian colleagues, please, Maria. Thank you very much. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, face à l'agression de la part de la Fédération de Russie, le Conseil de l'Europe doit redoubler les efforts pour soutenir la République de Moldova, dans le but de renforcer la résilience démocratique du pays et à l'accompagner résolument sur la voie de son intégration dans l'Union européenne. Il est également important que le sommet de Reykjavik exprime son plein soutien politique à la République de Moldova et que notre Assemblée reste vigilante, aussi en vue de nombreux échanges électoraux qui s'approchent. S'il y a une leçon à tirer de l'actuelle page sanglante de l'histoire européenne écrite par la Fédération de la Russie, c'est que l'apaisement n'est pas une option. Mes chers collègues, l'agression de la Fédération de Russie contre l'Ukraine est non seulement une guerre d'agression brutale, illégale, injustifiée et injustifiable contre un État membre du Conseil de l'Europe, mais aussi une menace pour la sécurité de nous tous. La République de Moldova subit en première ligne les conséquences de cette agression. En tant que pays voisin de l'Ukraine, elle a connu l'afflux le plus important par habitant de personnes fuyant la guerre. Cet effort d'accueil a un impact budgétaire de taille. Collègues, chers collègues, may I? Thank you very much.
Please, I ask all the colleagues to let the speaker speak. Thank you.
Cet effort d'accueil a un impact budgétaire de taille. Cela s'ajoute aux interruptions de chaînes d'approvisionnement et à l'augmentation des prix de denrées alimentaires et de l'énergie, mettant à dure épreuve l'économie et provoquant les tensions socio-économiques. La République de Moldova fait face aussi à des défis de longue haleine. Notre Assemblée en a discuté en janvier de cette année lors du débat sur le respect des obligations et engagements de la République de Moldova. Le gouvernement est engagé dans la mise en œuvre des réformes essentielles dans les domaines de la gouvernance démocratique et de l'état de droit, notamment la réforme du système judiciaire, la lutte contre la corruption et contre l'influence des oligarques dans la vie publique. Dans ce cadre déjà compliqué, la Fédération de Russie joue un rôle délibéré dans l'escalade des tensions et l'amplification de fragilités internes du pays par une stratégie agressive de déstabilisation. Les événements de ce dernier mois le confirment. Pour citer, des manifestations contre le gouvernement organisées par les gens liés au parti Shor, pro-russe,
des annonces, des complots visant à renverser le gouvernement et l'empêcher de rejoindre l'Union européenne, des arrestations, des saboteurs présumés, y compris du groupe Wagner. Le 10 février, la Fédération de Russie tirait 71 missiles contre l'Ukraine. Certains d'entre eux ont violé l'espace aérien de la République. Le 21 février 2023, le président Poutine a abrogé le décret présidentiel de 2012 sur les mesures de mise en œuvre de la politique étrangère de la Fédération de Russie. Il s'agit d'un geste très significatif, car le décret engageait la Fédération de la Russie à rechercher des solutions à la situation de la Transnistrie sur la base du respect de la souveraineté, de l'intégrité territoriale et du statut neutre de la République, dont la détermination du statut spécial de la Transnistrie. Ces déclarations et ces événements faits, par exemple, par M. Lavrov, qui a qualifié la Moldova de prochaine Ukraine, confirment pleinement le constat fait en janvier par l'Assemblée et en avril par le Parlement européen, à savoir que la Fédération de Russie mène une guerre hybride contre la République de Moldova. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, l'agression de la Fédération russe contre l'Ukraine est non seulement une guerre d'agression brutale, et nous voyons que dans cette guerre hybride, nous allons trouver les outils de cette guerre, qui sont des vastes campagnes de désinformation, l'utilisation du chantage économique et énergétique, des attaques informatiques, et, que j'ai déjà souligné, des tentatives d'affaiblissement des mécanismes multilatéraux pour le règlement pacifique de la question de la Transnistrie, fondée sur la souveraineté et l'intégralité territoriale de la République de Moldova. Et rappelons-nous, il ne faut jamais oublier ça, de la présence de 1500 soldats russes stationnés en Transnistrie. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, je crois que ce débat est très urgent, que nous sommes en face d'un danger de la déstabilisation d'un pays qui est un des membres de notre organisation et nous devons tout faire pour l'aider. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Poce. You were several times interrupted, so you deserve 1 minute more. But next on the list is Mr. Yulan Bulai. You got the floor.
Thank you so much, President. Emanuelis, where are you? On behalf of the Assembly, I thank you for initiating this motion. Alex, I thank you very much for this complete picture of the whole country and of the situation. And I also have to thank the head of the Moldovan delegation, to Pace Mihai. I thank you for being such a great fighter for your country, and I congratulate you for being present in both Washington, London, Paris, Berlin, Pace, if needed, to defend the right cause for Moldova. Congratulations and thank you. That being said, there are so many things to be told about Moldova. But to be very precise, in the light of the values that we stand for, you should be aware that this great small country has been led till now by 3 powerful women. The president was a woman, the prime minister was a woman, the president of the Constitutional Court is a woman. So women can lead with great strength even small countries. Small countries with great generosities and with approximately 1,200 kilometers border with Ukraine. Moldova is the country in Europe which, given its population, has received or has welcomed in transit the greatest amount of Ukrainian refugees. And for this reason, I want to thank you, dear Moldovan colleagues, for your openness and generosity. You have shown that in this matter, size does not matter, but the great heart and generosity that you have shown for the Ukrainian people. There are two things that I would like to demand on behalf of both ALDE, but also PACE, in terms of what is needed now for the Republic of Moldova. One, we call upon the EU Council to immediately introduce personal sanctions for the fugitive oligarchs. And there are two of them. It's Shor and Plahotniuc. Moldova is an example of a country without oligarchs because they've left, though their influence is still very strong in the country, and EU can do more in these terms, imposing sanctions on the two of them. Secondly, we also have to ask, on behalf of ALDE and also on behalf of this whole Assembly, EU in helping the recovery of the assets of the fugitive oligarchs, assets hidden all around Europe. For the moment, these two important things could be done, have to be done, and the time is not more patient because they are destabilizing the country beyond the security issues, beyond the energy issue. They are destabilizing seriously Moldova from outside. Finally, I thank all Moldovan people for helping the Ukrainians to fight Putin and Russia in order to us have peace in Europe. And I thank all of you helping Moldovans to do the job they're doing at home for the sake of all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bulai. Next on the list, Mr. Oleksiy Goncharenko. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Chairman. Bună ziua. I want to tell you that we are now discussing an extremely important topic. We are speaking about security in the whole Europe. And Moldova today is one of the keys to security of the whole Europe. First of all, I want to thank Moldovan people for all support to Ukraine and to Ukrainians. My constituency borders with Moldova. I live just 1 hour from the border with Moldova, and I know how many people, especially from my native Odessa region, were running from the war to Moldova, were sheltered there and received help. Mulțumesc. But I want to tell you that it's absolutely reciprocal, because today, what saved Moldova from Russian intervention? You should not have any doubts. If Russia would take Odessa, would take the southern part of Ukraine, the next attack would be on Moldova. And what saved Moldova from this? It's not neutrality, it's not just words, it's Ukrainian army. And that is clear. And let us make lessons from all of this. Russia today continues to attack Moldova, now by propaganda, by bought politicians, so-called, by some rallies. But like they always did, it's a Russian playbook, where they can't attack directly, they first attack like this. But we need to remember that there is a very big problem, which we're not speaking often. It's Transnistria. This region, this part of Moldova, which is controlled by Russia for so many years, for decades, and we're not speaking about this. That's exactly how Russia works. They like a vampire. They bite some country, taking some territory, and waiting that this poison will kill the country. They did it with Georgia, they did it with Moldova, they did it many times, and they did it with Ukraine. When they think that the victim is already weak enough, they attack to finish the job. So when we are speaking about this, I address to people of Moldova, I think that you should make courage decisions. It's very good that Moldova today, together with Ukraine, move into European Union. Very right decision. We will always support you. But also make a strong decision. Forget about this neutrality. Join NATO. and forget about this wound in the Moldovan's body, which is Transnistria. If you need help of Ukraine to deal with this, we are ready. We are ready to help you in any possible ways to finish these threats to our countries, to the whole Europe, to have a peaceful life for generations ahead without malign Russian influence. That is a task for all our generation, and I am sure that Ukrainians, together with Moldovians, we will do it. Mulțumesc, Moldova will be free, and territorial integrity of Moldova should be restored. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goncharenko. The floor goes now to Mr. Paul Gavin. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. On behalf of the United European Left Group, I want to contribute to this debate. The Republic of Moldova is facing many challenges right now, and the right of the Moldovan people to independence, to make their own democratic decisions and choose their own direction and position in the world must be respected by all countries, especially its nearest neighbours. Sandwiched between Ukraine and Romania, Moldova's territory was in turns part of the Russian Empire, part of Greater Romania and the Soviet Union in the 19th and 20th centuries. There's been a lot of speculation over Russian interference in the internal affairs of Moldova. At the same time, we also know there is a significant minority of Moldovan citizens who are Russian speakers, and it is only natural and legitimate for some of these people to have close ties with Russia. What cannot be acceptable is interference by the Russian government in Moldova's internal affairs. What is never acceptable is attempts by a foreign government to divide the Moldovan people. It is certainly accepted by most observers that one political party in particular has very close links to the regime in Moscow, and that is the Shor Party. It's a party with a particularly checkered history. The fact that the party is named after its leader, Ilan Shor, is somewhat unusual and perhaps not the best indicator of its democratic credentials. In 2014, $1 billion disappeared from 3 Moldovan banks. This bank fraud was a coordinated effort involving all 3 banks working together to extract as much loan finance as possible from the banks without any obvious business rationale. It's widely accepted that Mr. Shor, then a Moldovan businessman, masterminded the scam. Funds worth $1 billion were transferred to United Kingdom and Hong Kong shell companies and used to conceal the real owners of assets, then deposited into Latvian bank accounts under the names of various foreigners. The total loss from the scheme was equivalent to 12% of Moldova's GDP. Mr. Shor has very close links to the Kremlin and has been described as a leading figure in the Kremlin's efforts to subvert politics in Moldova. On April 23rd, Mr. Shor was sentenced in absentia to 15 years in jail on charges of graft, and he currently resides in the apartheid state of Israel. It's widely believed that his party helped to finance a number of protests last year regarding the cost of living. This type of practice is entirely unacceptable and an affront to the principles of democratic politics. At the same time, I want to be clear the United European Left fundamentally supports the right to protest, and that Moldovan citizens, like others in Europe, are really struggling in the current cost of living crisis. Finally, I want to emphasise the importance of all countries respecting the decision of the Moldovan people to maintain a status of military neutrality. This is entirely their right to choose, and the fact that it is in the Moldovan constitution should be respected by all. Application to join the EU does not require an application to join NATO. Indeed, my own country, Ireland, is living proof of that.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Shenak, the floor is now yours. It's a point of order. Yeah, please. Please, Mr. I don't see your... Mr. Van Bronder, the floor is yours.
Yeah,
for a point
hello?
of order, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I want to observe that I thought that Mr. Kavan said apartheid state Israel. Is that correct or is that not correct? If that...
I don't know if he said it, but it is not a point of order for the chair. I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's an abuse for that country, and I think we are common use of human rights, and then we shouldn't say that kind of things, Mr. Chair. So it is something for Mr. Chair to observe that and to react to that speaker.
Mr.
I heard something like...
Okay, you said your point of order now. Please, Mr. Shanakis, the floor is yours.
So, is it working? Ja, okay. Ich erinnere mich, wie ich die letzte Wahl geleitet habe von der Wahlbeobachtungskommission und in unserem alten Hemicycle Bericht erstattet habe, habe ich gesagt, Moldawien die Bevölkerung hat sich selbst einen Festtag gegeben mit dieser Wahl. Endlich einmal die Überbrückung all dieser oligarchischen Verhältnisse. Eine Partei muss keine Geschäfte mehr mit anderen eingehen und Mayo Sandu wurde Präsidentin. Das war ein Festtag der Demokratie, ein Festtag für Moldawien. Es ist natürlich extrem bedauerlich, dass Moldawien, und das ist auch verständlich, zu einem Ausnahmezustand greifen musste. Es ist nur ein Ausnahmezustand light, aber es geht natürlich, und Paul Gaben hat recht, ungefähr 25% der Bevölkerung fühlt sich russisch. Und es war natürlich auch so, dass russisches Fernsehen ganz bevorzugt gesehen wird und deshalb hier eine hybride Kriegsführung eingetreten ist, nämlich mit all den russischen Nachrichten, die im russischen TV. Das ist jetzt einmal unterbunden. Ich glaube, dass das ganz was Wichtiges ist. Die bezahlten Demonstrationen, die kennen wir aus Moldawien, aus der Vergangenheit von Shore. Ich weiß zwar nicht, ich habe das nicht verstanden, diese Intervention, aber Shore ist tatsächlich flüchtig. 1 Milliarde gestohlen im Grunde und ist derzeit in Israel. Wie man dem habhaft wird, weiß ich nicht. Wo der Oligarch Plahotniuc ist, können wir nur mutmaßen. In Amerika ist er nicht mehr, aber er ist in einem anderen europäischen Land. Ich bin sehr, sehr froh, dass die EU-Spitze im Juni einen Summit halten wird in Moldawien. Das ist ein wichtiges Zeichen der Solidarität, eine wichtige Unterstützung. Aber der neue Premierminister von Moldawien hat eines erklärt: Es gibt keine militärische Bedrohung. Es gibt eine hybride Bedrohung, aber keine militärische. Die Flüchtlinge, die ja einen enormen Anteil an der Bevölkerung haben, hier kann ich nur allen einladen, dem österreichischen Beispiel zu folgen. Wir haben mehrere Maschinen, also Flugzeuge, nach Moldawien geschickt und 2000 Flüchtlinge von Moldawien nach Österreich geholt, damit wir hier der moldawischen Regierung auch helfen. Das ist, glaube ich, etwas, was wir tun können. Gagausien haben wir dieselbe Situation, schwierige Situation, wenn man nicht denke, wichtig ist der Dialog, und ich war auch der Letzte, der die Transnistrien-Gespräche des Europarats geführt hat, insgesamt 4. Und ich glaube, dass dieser Konflikt, lieber Oleksiy, noch relativ harmlos ist und auch bewältigbar ist. Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shenak. Now the floor goes to Mr. Zingeris. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear friends. Just reacting to the point of order before, it was my idea actually to propose Moldova, and thank you for accepting that. All members of Presidium who are here, I would like to say thank you. Well, it was the right time. Just making a footnote about last internal debate point of orders was done by our colleague. We are celebrating just now 75th year of Israeli establishment of Israeli state, like an outcome of Second World War. And the right remark about fugitive oligarchs was backed by absolutely disbalanced and not acceptable remark about Israel like a state of apartheid. Well, you see how many hundreds of thousands on the streets of Israel protesting every day for democracy and together with Palestinians. So that is not right to do that, dear friend. Especially during the celebration of 75th year of establishment of the statehood of small nation who suffer in Holocaust. And coming back, everything what was said by Mr. Poche, by Mr. Boulay, by other colleagues are absolutely scrupulously right. My suggestion was to include Moldova. Well, now is the time, in the time of uncertainty, created by Russia Federation against Moldova, to support during our debates, current debates today, to support Maya Sandu and those by Mr. Boulay mentioned leading ladies from Moldovan modern society, to lead Moldova like a candidate status. Moldova have candidate status. It's a part of European Union strategy. It's not anymore, dear friends, Russian neighborhood. Russians have no right to say to Moldova that it's their neighborhood state. Don't forget, it was Molotov-Ribbentrop criminal pact when when Hitler and Stalin tried to make this new map of Europe. As a result, we have the Russia invasion and together with Adolf Hitler in Europe, dividing Europe. From our point of view, Mr. Zelensky warning in February, bringing all information about Russians' plan to destabilize Maya Sandu government, it was a clear signal for us that our assembly should take action in support of Maya Sandu. And actually government last step making, changing the Moldovan language to Romanian language was restoring the historical memory and historical right of Moldovan people to have right authentic names of their nation. So from my point of view, today current debate is a reaction to Russia obligation 96. I was in the chamber, dear friends. I remember when Russia delegation accepted one of the points of Russia obligation joining our Council of Europe, and the point was to withdraw 14 army, to withdraw Russian army from Moldova. Looking to that we are facing now 27 years after Russia obligation to withdraw Russian army, we should of course encourage Ukraine to implement the facts.
Thank you, Mr. Zingeris. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now the floor goes to Mr. Lukas Savickas. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear President, dear honorable colleagues. First, I have to say thank you to Manuel Zingeris for initiating this very relevant debate, and thanks for all the colleagues who are participating here this evening. I personally can remember my visit July last year, the chance to firsthand hear from President of Moldova, from President of Moldovan Parliament, the challenges that we are facing. And Moldova is facing multiple crises and increasing direct threats to its stability, as well as coming from oligarchic private interests, but also Russian interests. In my opinion, it is very clearly Moldova is both a collateral victim of Russia's war in Ukraine, as well as a separate target of Russia's hybrid aggression. Russia engages in energy blackmail, in propaganda and disinformation, in hacking, in cyber attacks, and also it orchestrates anti-government protests. Moscow's main objective is very clear. It is to replace the current government with an illegitimate one, pro-Russian one, in order to prevent further erosion of its influence, and to bring Moldova within its Russian control, and to use Moldova in support of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And since 2021, Moldova has made important progress in strengthening its democracy and confirming its clear European aspiration as a strategic choice based on strong and popular support. EU candidate status is a new strategic phase in its EU-Moldova relations, and a clear acknowledgement of the will of Moldovan people and determination of Moldovan current leadership. It is also a big challenge for Moldova's government to manage the public expectations which are related to this historical achievement. Therefore, I feel there is strong support for a swift start of accession to EU negotiations once Moldova, of course, fully implements the Commission's recommendations. And in the meantime, dear colleagues, we must remain vigilant in our oversight of what is going on of Russia's efforts to bring Moldova within the Russian control. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Savickas. Now the floor goes to Mrs. Zanda Kalnina Lukasevica. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. First, let me start by commending Moldova for its response in accepting Ukrainian refugees. It is an example of humanity, solidarity, and democratic values. We live in times when these values are challenged. Altogether, we have to defend them. Russia makes every effort to try to use its possible leverage and realize malicious actions to destabilize the situation in other countries. It is well known Russia's handwriting. The extent of pressure Moldova is facing from Russia's aggressive foreign policy is enormous. We understand and commend Moldova's resilience towards Russia's manipulative actions and hybrid threats. Dear colleagues, we all have to use this time to become independent from Russia, first and most important in the energy field. We have passed this winter better than many predicted, and we all have made considerable progress in this regard. It was possible because we were united and showed solidarity to each other. I'm delighted to note that EU support to Moldova has clearly reduced the impact of the Russian war in Ukraine on Moldova. And I think it's good to say this, staying in this very room. Dear colleagues from Moldova, you can be sure that Latvia will continue to push for increased support to Moldova, particularly in the provision and diversification of energy supplies, as well as energy security. It is commendable how the government of Moldova resists Russian threats and at the same time implements necessary reforms. Here, I would like to underline the impressive work in reforming energy and justice sectors and improving public governance. I am sure that Moldova will continue its work on strengthening democracy and the rule of law, as well as effective fight with corruption and de-oligarchization should remain a priority. It is important to ensure the irreversibility and sustainability of the reforms, as the current progress will define Moldova's position at a later stage of EU integration. Dear Moldovan friends, these days, Latvian Foreign Minister, together with his Nordic and Baltic colleagues, are visiting Chisinau to send a clear signal of support to Moldova in its path to join the EU and comprehensive reform process. You can count on our support, and together with my colleagues from Latvian Parliament, we will continue to share our reform experience in order to help to facilitate implementation of these much-needed reforms. And I'm also very happy to see the broad support of this House to Moldova. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Monsieur Kern. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues. L'agression russe contre l'Ukraine déstabilise profondément la Moldavie. Vladimir Poutine souhaite clairement maintenir sous domination russe les États qui entourent son pays. Quand il ne mène pas une guerre ouverte, il tente de fragiliser les régimes en place dans ces républiques pour y installer un gouvernement qui lui soit favorable. C'est le cas en Moldavie, tout comme en Géorgie, comme j'ai pu le constater en m'y rendant le mois dernier au titre de la commission de suivi. L'octroi à la Moldavie en juin 2022 du statut de pays candidat à l'adhésion à l'Union européenne a encore accru les tensions et aujourd'hui, le risque de coup d'État ou de troubles armés apparaît élevé. Les soldats russes stationnés en Transnistrie, où la Russie dispose d'importants stocks d'armes, constituent une menace réelle. Lors de sa visite en mars dernier, Charles Michel a réaffirmé le soutien de l'Union européenne à la Moldavie face aux tentatives de déstabilisation orchestrées par la Russie. Je me félicite que l'Union européenne ait décidé d'envoyer une mission civile en Moldavie dans le cadre de la Facilité européenne pour la paix, afin de l'aider à lutter contre les menaces hybrides et de renforcer la cybersécurité. Je pense que des sanctions doivent être également prises contre ceux qui pourraient vouloir déstabiliser le pays. Au-delà du risque politique, la situation économique s'est particulièrement dégradée. L'inflation annuelle a atteint 25,9% en février, soit le triple du taux observé dans la zone euro. Cette flambée est alimentée en grande partie par les prix de l'énergie. En effet, la Moldavie est dépendante de la Russie pour son approvisionnement en gaz et en pétrole et de l'Ukraine pour son approvisionnement en électricité. Face à cette situation, le soutien de l'Union européenne, qui pourra notamment permettre de diversifier les approvisionnements, sera incontestablement précieux. Le Conseil de l'Europe doit encore renforcer le soutien qu'il apporte à la Moldavie. Le sommet de Reykjavik devra, à mon sens, être l'occasion de réaffirmer notre solidarité avec ce pays par des actions concrètes. Des équipes techniques devraient être envoyées sur place pour aider à la mise en œuvre des réformes démocratiques nécessaires. Le plan d'action du Conseil de l'Europe reste pertinent et devra être prorogé au-delà de 2024. Dans le contexte de tensions que nous connaissons, le renforcement du dialogue et de la confiance entre les deux rives du Dnistru m'apparaît indispensable pour le maintien de la paix dans le pays. Mes chers collègues, notre organisation a pour objectif de défendre la démocratie et les élections ont permis l'arrivée au pouvoir d'une majorité claire en faveur de l'adhésion à l'Union européenne. C'est cela que notre action entend faire respecter en Moldavie, mais également en Géorgie, où la menace russe se fait de plus en plus pressante. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kern. Now the floor goes to Mr. Ajdukovic. That doesn't seem to be here. So the floor goes to Mr. Popsoy. The floor is yours.
Honorable colleagues, today is Moldova's National Flag Day. The flag is a symbol of national sovereignty and independence, the very sovereignty that has been trampled by the boot of Russian soldiers for more than 30 years now, the very sovereignty that Ukraine is so bravely defending while also keeping us safe. Therefore, Moldovans have stood with Ukraine and will continue to do so, having welcomed the largest number of refugees per capita. We have earned the title of a small country with a big heart. While Russia, forgive my pun, is a big country with no heart. We in Moldova know sufficiently about Russian malign influence to say that we have had enough. Promotion of separatism, energy blackmail, media propaganda, instrumentalization of the church, and most cynically, the weaponization of poverty by fugitive oligarchs who are all too eager to play the Kremlin's bidding in order to avoid prison. Similarly, other pro-Russian politicians in Moldova can't wait for the toppling of the current legitimate government in order to return the Russian boot to Moldova to help them oppress the Moldovan people. Enough. It's time for international sanctions against these fugitive oligarchs and any other stooges who might want to destabilize Moldova. Moldovans have made their choice, the choice to live in democracy, with freedom and safety. The choice is made every day when implementing crucial, difficult reforms in the judiciary, building resilience in state institutions, including in the security and defense sector. This choice will be on display loud and clear on May 21st, when Moldovans will gather to a national rally in support of European integration. This demonstration of unity will be followed by the European Political Community Summit on June 1st, which will put Moldova in the center of Europe. This display of solidarity, determination, and unity must continue with the opening of EU accession negotiations. As long as we are all united, no amount of Russian influence is able to break the free spirit of the Moldovan people, and no amount of Russian brutality will be able to stop Ukraine from winning and pursuing its rightful place in the free world. Thank you, dear colleagues, all representatives of political groups, for such a united position in support of Republic of Moldova's European integration and against the Russian malign influence in Moldova. And thanks to Mr. Zingeris for initiating this debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on the list is Mrs. Maria Valentina Martinez Ferro. That doesn't seem to be here, so next on the list, Monsieur Jacqueline. The floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues, la Moldavie est de nouveau au centre de toutes les attentions. Sa volonté d'adhérer à l'Union européenne relance l'attention que Moscou porte à ce pays, alors que l'Union européenne a accepté de lui octroyer le statut de candidat. La tenue de la deuxième réunion de la communauté politique européenne à Chisinau le 1er juin prochain y contribue certainement, puisqu'elle sera l'occasion de mettre en lumière le soutien européen et international à la Moldavie, avec des progrès concrets attendus notamment sur l'itinérance téléphonique et les interconnexions énergétiques qui constituent un enjeu majeur pour affranchir la Moldavie de sa dépendance énergétique à l'égard de la Russie. Des manifestations encouragées par des militants pro-russes font craindre un coup d'État. Les services de renseignement russes utilisent une situation économique dégradée pour mettre en difficulté le gouvernement moldave pro-européen. Des cyberattaques sont à craindre, de même qu'un accroissement des tensions sur le marché de l'énergie qui viendrait déstabiliser encore davantage l'économie moldave. Nous constatons également que la Russie suscite de l'agitation dans les deux régions autonomes que sont la Transnistrie et la Gagaouzie. La perspective des élections destinées à élire le nouveau gouverneur de Gagaouzie le 30 avril prochain ravive les tensions, comme l'a montré la tentative avortée de visite du président de la République du Tatarstan de se rendre à Gagaouzie pour soutenir un candidat pro-russe. L'an dernier, plusieurs manifestations avaient éclaté à l'initiative de Gagauz contre le gouvernement moldave et la hausse des prix. Le risque de déstabilisation est bien réel et l'on peut craindre qu'à la suite de l'invasion de l'Ukraine, la Moldavie passe d'un état de conflit gelé à celui de point chaud. Face à cette menace et en dépit des difficultés réelles, il me semble que le Conseil de l'Europe doit aider à renforcer le dialogue entre les régions autonomes et le pouvoir central de Moldavie. Nous devons à tout prix éviter qu'un nouveau front ne s'ouvre en Moldavie, alors que c'est l'un des pays les plus pauvres de l'Europe et qu'il est en proie à une grave crise économique. La Moldavie accueille sur un territoire limité environ 100 000 réfugiés ukrainiens, dont un grand nombre de femmes et d'enfants. Cette solidarité honore le peuple moldave. Aujourd'hui, nous devons aider la Moldavie à faire face au risque de déstabilisation. Le sommet de Reykjavik devrait ainsi être l'occasion de réaffirmer l'appui du Conseil de l'Europe à cet État. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you very much. Now, the floor goes to Mr. Munkacu. The floor is yours.
Is that working? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been 33 years since the fall of the Berlin Wall, and Germany got reunited. The same we expect for Romania and Moldavia, because they were victims of the same aggression in World War II. Now, we are not going to be here if that union between Romania and Moldavia will take place. It's been 33 years since the Russian Federation is melting in the Moldavian politics. It's been 33 years since the indifference of our friends in Europe for this particular problem. I remind you that in 1990, the Russian aggression started with the war in Transnistria. We lost 300 soldiers, Moldavian soldiers, in that war. It was 1990. Now, we are facing a bigger challenge and a bigger war. So, these frozen conflicts are designed to keep the destabilization of the Eastern Europe. But if it was a right path and Moldavia is Romania and they unite under the same Romanian flag that was for many, many years the Great Romania. I cannot emphasize more than this problem that we have now. It was certainly from the indifference of our friends, because it's now the European Union decided to give Moldavia the fast track, but it could have done this union, it could have helped with this union many, many years ago. Why is that? Why not the Romanian people in Moldavia? They are Romanians, they speak Romanian, and some of them feel Romanian. Why is not able Romania to unite while the other countries, I mean like Germany, already did? So this solution is obvious to me. Romania can get reunited with Moldavia, they can get together as a country, and then the European Union border and the NATO border is going to be at the Prut River. At the Nistru River, I'm sorry. So, me as a Romanian patriot, I cannot understand why is that a nation that was united before the war cannot be reunited after 33 years the war was over. And see what is happening now. We are facing a new dissolution of the Moldavian state because it was not united in time with Romania. This is the belief of any Romanian patriot, and that's my point.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Mrs. Buzic, but she's not here, so it goes to Mrs. Natalia Davidovici. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, from the first minutes of the Russian army's illegal invasion into Ukraine, we expressed unconditional support to our neighbors. The response to our firm stance of this issue has been the hybrid war unleashed against us by the Russian authorities and their agents in Moldova. An important element of this war is propaganda. Public opinion polls testify to its effectiveness. 22% of Moldovan citizens believe that Russia is protecting from Ukrainian attack the People's Republics of Donbass. Another 11.5% think that the Russian army is liberating Ukraine from Nazism. The information war primarily targets the Russian-speaking population, which is not less than 40% of people of various ethnicities, including a part of ethnic Moldovans. The sneaky purpose of the propagandists is not only to deceive, but also to discord the people of different ethnic groups that make up the nation of Moldova. For example, in the Gagauz autonomy, which in Moldova is traditionally considered a pro-Russian region, such fakes are promoted. For Moldovans, the Gagauz people are enemies, and some politicians call to expel them from Moldova. Needless to say, it is an absolute lie disseminated to destabilize the situation in our country and to incite inter-ethnic discord. The main means of propaganda until recently was television. Last December, the Moldovan Emergency Commission suspended the broadcasting of 6 TV channels that were spreading disinformation about the developments in Moldova and the Russian invasion into Ukraine. Some of these channels are also affiliated with the fugitive oligarch Elon Shor, who is under international sanctions. Now the propagandists have intensified their activity on the internet, absolutely dominated the Russian language segment in Moldova. They have come there with a powerful resource base, modern studios, experienced journalists, and the latest equipment, plus unlimited funding. It is a known fact that the Kremlin regularly compiles special manuals for its controlled media. The following ideas in Moldova are promoted most often. Moldova is doomed without Russia. It has no future. Moldova's movement towards the decaying EU drives the country into a dead end. We believe that special attention should be paid to countering the Russian propaganda by developing independent mass media, including for the dissemination of content in Russian. Perhaps we should create a separate pro-European TV channel in Russian, following in example of Ukraine. We need to join forces with Ukraine and other countries that have escaped Russian influence in order to find effective methods of counteraction. We cannot stand by and watch information bombs fly at our people. Hybrid warfare can escalate into an armed confrontation at any moment.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Francisco Surbara from Canada. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. It's great to rise this afternoon. I'd like to first say it was a pleasure to meet with the Canadian delegation. I had an opportunity to meet with the Moldovan delegation this week here in Strasbourg, and it was great to catch up and talk about the important issues that face many nations here, not only in Europe but across the world. Also to the Moldovan delegation, your ambassador in Ottawa is very active, and we do have an opportunity to meet with him as well and speak to the issues abroad. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Much of the attention during this and recent sessions of PACE has rightly been focused on Russia's ruthless, unprovoked, and illegal invasion of Ukraine. However, the debate today reminds us that Russia's interference has a much longer history and wider scope. Moldova has lived with the consequences of Russian interference since its independence from the Soviet Union, most notably in the Russian-occupied territory of Transnistria. Therefore, recent reports of Russia's attempt to foment political instability in Moldova, while deeply concerning, are sadly not unsurprising. The world needs to be vigilant. In 2018, Canada was one of the co-sponsors of the Moldovan resolution at the United Nations General Assembly, calling for the complete and unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops from Moldovan territory. The resolution was passed in the General Assembly by a wide margin, but as we know, the Russians have not left. Moldova has been at the forefront of countering Russian interference in its hybrid warfare techniques, and we should learn from their hard-won wisdom on the subject. The coalition, which now counts 51 member countries, seeks to improve the enabling environment for media freedom by strengthening laws. From Canada's perspective, we are working through multilateral channels such as NATO, which has a partnership with Moldova to address the threat posed by disinformation with other forms of interference. NATO addresses disinformation through a three-pronged approach, where the organization monitors disinformation activity to better understand the strategies and tactics being employed, releases tailored public communications to counter it, and coordinates action among allies and like-minded partners. NATO is also investing to improve its capabilities around countering disinformation, for example, through the Strategic Communications Center of Excellence in Latvia, where Canadian troops are leading the NATO delegation. This targeted approach is valuable, but countering disinformation is also about promoting societies which are more resilient to interference. And perhaps the most potent means of improving social resiliency to disinformation is through the promotion of free and independent media. That is why Canada co-hosted the Global Conference for Media Freedom with the United Kingdom in 2019. This conference marked the launch of the Media Freedom Coalition and its global pledge on media freedom. Lastly, as my time is running out, it was great to see this week. I look favorable and welcome the news from the European Parliament that reaffirms its commitment to Moldova's EU membership. That includes 3 steps, including the EU must continue to support Moldova in achieving energy independence, that fugitive oligarchs must be extradited to Moldova, and lastly, that EU accession negotiations with Moldova must start by the end of August 2023, following the fulfillment of the 9 steps identified by the European Commission. The European Union can always count on Canada as a friend and strategic ally in the current environment we are in and in its future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the last of the list is Mr. Kamelchuk from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you, Rapporteur. Thank you, all colleagues. Tensions have risen in Moldova, and there are several reasons why Russia plays a crucial role in this situation. First, Russia actively supports separatism movements in the separatist region of Transnistria, Moldova, since the early 90s. Transnistria has been heavily dependent on Russian support. Russia has provided economic and military aid to the region, and Russian troops are stationed there. Secondly, Russia uses energy resources as a tool of political influence in Moldova. In the recent years, Moldova has been trying to diversify energy resources, reducing its dependence on Russian gas. However, Russia is pressuring Moldova to maintain its dependence on Russian gas by raising prices and threatening to cut off supplies. Thirdly, Russia's annexation in Crimea in 2014 increased tensions in the region, including in Moldova. After the annexation, Moldova expressed concern about the security situation in the region, particularly in view of the presence of Russian troops in Transnistria. That led to an increase in Moldova's efforts to strengthen relations with the European Union and NATO, which met with resistance from Russia. In 2019, Moldova was going through a political crisis, and Russia tried, through the pro-Russian President Igor Dodon, to divert Moldova's course from Europe, but they do not succeed. And the President of Moldova, Maia Sandu, stands guard over the democratic path. After the start of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, tensions are growing. Russian missiles fly over Moldova. Missile strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure directly affect energy supplies to Moldova. Thank you to Moldova for creating a corridor for the safe movement of Ukrainians from cities or hostilities. Thank you for the shelter for Ukrainian families. Mulțumesc. Almost 10 years ago, I saw a standard of living in Transnistria and talked to people. They want to get rid of Russian influence and expel the Russian military. According to our data, there are no more than 1,000 elderly Russian servicemen left in Transnistria who guard weapons depots and control smuggling. I'm sure they won't be there for long. I believe that after the victory of Ukraine and the war with Russia, Transnistria will become free, and then Moldova and Ukraine will become full members of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must now apologize to Mr. Bergeron, but I have to interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speaker list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list speaker is interrupted. I remind you that at the end of a current affair debate, the Assembly is not asked to decide upon a text, but the matter may be referred by the Bureau to the responsible committee for a report. Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda is the debate on the report titled Safeguarding Democracy, Rights and the Environment in International Trade. That is document 15739, presented by Mr. Geraint Davis on behalf of the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development. In order to finish by 8 o'clock, I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 7:30 to allow time for the reply and a vote on the draft resolution and draft recommendations. I call Mr. Davis, the rapporteur. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. The future of our planet and democracies will depend upon whether trade deals green or blacken our global economy, and whether they safeguard our human rights and our democracy or undermine them. That's why these proposals to embed our values, our human rights, our democracy, our rule of law, and a sustainable environment are so important. And these proposals, I'm pleased to say, were first put forward in Marrakesh earlier this year, at the birthplace of the World Trade Organization 29 years ago, when 123 countries came together to agree a rules-based system for trade instead of a power-based system for trade. And now, since 1990, we've seen global emissions going up by 60%, and 25% of those emissions are from trade itself. So every second that we speak in this debate, 8,500 tons, 8,500 metric meters of ice melts from Greenland. So trade is not just about economics, trade is not just about tariffs. Trade is about our environment, our climate, our values, our public health, our rights. It's about the balance of power, the balance of values in the global community which we share. And therefore, this paper embeds our values to safeguard future generations. Now, Mr. Chair, trade agreements trump domestic law in international law, and they last for 20 years. So we need to be very careful on what we agree in trade deals, in particular because the fossil fuel companies in particular have weaponized these trade deals, in particular the investor-state dispute systems, which enable big companies to sue democratically elected governments when they introduce environmental law and public health law that then undermines their future profitability, and they sue them for the amount of the profit. And I can see the members from Canada there will know that Lone Pine sued the Canadian government hundreds of millions of dollars because Quebec put a moratorium on fracking. So these issues are repeated again and again. And this paper is our opportunity to put down our values, whether it's environment, climate, health, rights, etc., to embed it in trade deals so that the power of the environment is commensurate with the power of investors in terms of enforceability. And the biggest culprit in this issue, of course, which is mentioned, is the Energy Charter Treaty. Spain, Germany, France, they've all tried to withdraw from this unsuccessfully. This is a treaty that has got a life sentence of 20 years, holding these countries to ransom if they to change the law, and it needs to be shortened, which is what we're recommending. It's also the case, of course, that the WTO is now weaker than it was because the US have pulled out, which is acting in favour, in essence, of the fossil fuel companies. And we very much support the moves by the EU and other countries to embolden and take forward the WTO dispute resolution in terms of interstate disputes, and for the United Nations Multilateral Investment Court to move forward as well in terms of investor versus state, to protect our planet, to protect our humanity. Now, as I've mentioned, trade agreements, economic agreements at least, don't protect our values. And what we've seen over recent decades, of course, is the rise of the economic power of China in particular. And that certainly hasn't transformed into any democracy, but it has transformed into a situation where China now has more global emissions than the United States and the EU combined. And indeed, Russia, who we were talking about earlier, its power is obviously invested in oil oil and gas and fossil fuel. We need the Paris Agreement, we need the COP agreements enforced in international law through trade deals. We need due diligence for human rights abuse, so we aren't abusing people who make things from human rights abuse or indeed deforestation. And we welcome the unilateral action, in particular of the EU in terms of the EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, and see that as a method of moving forward for actually compliance of human rights at the border, so we end up with a safer, greener future. And indeed, I welcome the investment from the United States, the $1.2 trillion in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act, to green the economy in the future. So in a nutshell, we want to change the balance of power in favour of the environment over investors in trade agreements in terms of investor-state dispute systems. We want to minimise the lifespan of the Energy Charter Treaty. We want environmental enforcement commensurate with investor power. We want to see in Reykjavik with the Council of Europe the right to a clean and safe and healthy environment at the top of the agenda. We want to see the United Nations and asking the International Court, which is House of Justice, to take forward climate change issues. And we want to retrofit existing trade deals so they're consistent with our obligations in terms of global environment treaties, in terms of sustainable development goals. And finally, we want to ensure the democratization of the parliamentary process leading to these trade deals that last for generations. And that means looking at the mandate, it means looking at the negotiation, the process and ratification of these deals, rather than leave it to technocrats in the background to sign away our environmental futures and our human rights. We have got a duty to shape the future, to stimulate, not to stifle our democracies and rights, to safeguard, not suffocate our environments for future generations, for our children, for all the children who are yet to be born, to safeguard their freedoms, to safeguard their planet, and for all their tomorrows. And as 46 countries, I ask you to agree this today so that we can move forward in their interests and all our interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davis. You have 3 minutes at the end in which to reply. I move straight on to the speakers on behalf of political groups, and Mr. Sadov for the European Conservatives.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And on behalf of our political group, I want to express my gratitude to Rapporteur for this excellent and very in-time report. Really, time has come to think about these very essential questions. What we should do in order to protect environment, in order to protect our values, and not only within this organization, but using trade as a tool in order to promote democracy, human rights, and rule of law. From this point of view, you're absolutely right. But at the same time, we should think that if we're thinking about democracy, human rights, and rule of law, trade itself should be transparent. Trade itself should be democratic. Trade itself should promote the values which were shared here. And that's why, from this point of view, we have seen just, for example, during the pandemic period of time, how unfair distributed the vaccines, how terrible examples of COVID vaccinations and COVID trade we can see in this very world. And that's why you are absolutely right, Mr. Rapporteur. We should think about that, because the big question of environment, the big question of democratic values within the countries we have, but how can we deal with that? I think the only one way, if you have mentioned that we should use this trade as a tool to promote democracy, we should do our best in order to have transparency within the trade. And without transparency, without this kind of approach to the trade, that would be very difficult to think about the real democracy, the real human rights, and promotion of these values. We have seen this in Europe. And let's be very frank, why within the European Union we have different kind of problems related to unfair trade between the countries, between the continents, because the trade itself is not so transparent in Europe. Let's start from us. Let's start from the European Union. And in this case, we will be able to do exactly the ideas which we have reflected in this report. Use trade as a tool to promote democracy, human rights and rule of law, and let's change the trade into a very transparent process in order to promote this kind of trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sadov. And now for the UEL, I call Paul Gavin.
Thanks indeed, Mr. Chairperson. On behalf of the United European Left, I want to warmly congratulate the rapporteur for this very timely report. As Mr. Davis points out, our shared values, human rights, democracy and the rule of law, are increasingly relevant in the context of global trade, and especially in the context of the climate crisis and the need for sustainable development. There is a fundamental problem in the capitalist world today. The needs of business and international trade often run counter to the needs of people and our environment. In the short time available, I want to focus on two specific issues. The first is the Energy Charter Treaty, which the rapporteur did speak of earlier. We believe it's a relic of a fossil fuel past and that it is beyond reform. The final report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, published recently, reinforces the urgent and critical efforts that must be made to tackle climate change. The scale of change required globally has been laid bare by the reports of the IPCC. In fact, the IPCC has specifically pointed to the Energy Charter Treaty as a barrier to decarbonisation. The dangers of a failure to accelerate Europe's pathway towards renewables is directly impacted by the Energy Charter Treaty and its investor protection provisions that allow fossil fuel investors to sue national governments for policy decisions they take to reduce our reliance on coal, oil and gas. France, Germany, the Netherlands, Spain, Luxembourg and Poland have confirmed that they intend to withdraw from the Energy Charter Treaty. Denmark has now said it will also withdraw from the treaty. Italy left in 2016 after being sued by a British gas company, Rockhopper, for banning offshore exploration within sight of its tourist coastline. The reform process, or so-called modernisation process, has failed. The European Commission has confirmed that in calling for coordinated withdrawal by EU members, so this treaty needs to be scrapped in its entirety. The second issue is the coming EU directive on corporate sustainability and due diligence. In essence, the original intention of this directive was to challenge global corporate exploitation and abuse and ensure certain companies meet due diligence obligations with regard to human rights and environment. However, unfortunately, the proposals have been watered down to render them, for the most part, cosmetic in nature, with the vast majority of businesses completely excluded from compliance. And I regret to say the French government's played a particular role in watering down those proposals. The watered-down text also shields companies producing pesticides, weapons or surveillance technology from scrutiny for the harms their products and services create. In addition, the draft law leaves the inclusion of the financial sector in the legislation at the discretion of each member state, which would lead to market fragmentation and a race to the bottom. This is the EU member countries failing our future generations. So to conclude, European governments must play their part in taking urgent action to replace old generation trade deals that pay no heed to sustainable development goals and deliver a new multilateral investment court under the auspices of the United Nations Commission on International Trade.
Thank you very much. And now I call Mr. Christophe Lacroix. La parole est avec vous.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci Geraint pour l'excellent rapport que tu as rédigé sur ce sujet. Le commerce, la main invisible, la théorie du ruissellement de l'argent, des concepts quelque peu fumeux, font-ils progresser les droits humains? Je ne crois pas. La régulation doit être vraiment quelque chose d'important pour faire avancer le progrès des droits environnementaux, des droits sociaux et des droits humains. Et dans le rapport de Geraint, il y a vraiment une allusion très claire au fait qu'il faut un tribunal multilatéral des investissements sous les auspices des Nations Unies pour les litiges entre les entreprises et les États. Il explique bien qu'il faut faire en sorte que les nouveaux traités promeuvent nos valeurs du Conseil de l'Europe, les droits humains, les droits sociaux, le développement durable, ces valeurs que nous devons promouvoir dans le contexte du commerce mondial à travers des accords commerciaux qui font des droits humains, de la démocratie, de la défense de l'état de droit et du développement durable des piliers de ces accords. Associer les parlements et la société civile dès l'entame de la discussion sur ces accords commerciaux est également un concept référent en matière de démocratie, de transparence du processus, et c'est évidemment souligné dans le rapport de Geraint. Le devoir de vigilance et de responsabilité des entreprises tout au long de leur chaîne de valeur qui sont très souvent et volontairement opaques. Pourquoi un devoir de vigilance et de responsabilité des entreprises? De très nombreux acteurs et populations sont touchés par la violation de leurs droits. Les Ouïghours dans le textile, les Congolais dans les mines, les Ivoiriens dans le cacao, les Colombiens dans la culture des bananes. Les droits sociaux, les droits syndicaux sont brimés souvent à cause des accords commerciaux sauvages. Il est donc important que nous puissions, à travers le devoir de responsabilité et le devoir de vigilance, inscrire la responsabilité de l'entreprise comme étant un facteur non négociable. L'enjeu du devoir de vigilance n'est toutefois pas de sanctionner les entreprises, mais de les amener progressivement à modifier leurs pratiques. En conclusion, je dirais, mesdames, messieurs, mes chers collègues et cher Geraint, les droits humains n'ont pas de prix. Nous devons avancer, nous devons souvent résister, mais jamais, jamais, nous ne devons nous taire. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And I now call Mr. Essel on behalf of the EPP.
Danke. Danke, Herr Präsident. Handel findet überall auf der Welt statt und jederzeit findet er statt. Aber Handel bedeutet nicht nur Wirtschaftsleistung, sondern auch Arbeitsplätze und Wohlstand. Aber gerade internationaler Handel kann auch negative Auswirkungen haben. Wenn etwa Regenwälder abgeholzt werden, auf diesen Flächen dann billigst Lebensmittel produziert werden und in die ganze Welt exportiert werden. Das schädigt einmal die Umwelt, hat schlimme Auswirkungen auf das Klima und schafft unnötige Konkurrenz für die Landwirtschaft in anderen Ländern und schadet vor allem kleinen bäuerlichen Familienbetrieben, kann sogar die Existenz dieser gefährden. Diese Beispiele gibt es natürlich auch im industriellen Bereich. Und deshalb braucht der Handel Regeln. Vor allem internationaler und globaler Handel braucht Regeln. Und zwar Regeln, die nicht nur ökonomische Zielsetzungen haben, sondern auch soziale Werte und ökologische Aspekte enthalten. Wir nennen das in Österreich ökosoziale Marktwirtschaft, die ist gefragt. Und die Mitgliedstaaten werden aufgerufen, dafür Sorge zu tragen, dass künftig diese Tatsache verstärkt berücksichtigt wird. Ja, meine geschätzten Damen und Herren, der Schutz der Investoren ist ein wichtiger Punkt. Aber genauso muss das Interesse der Gesellschaft geschützt werden. Daher gehören die Regeln weiterentwickelt. In der Satzung des Europarates heißt es, internationale Handelsabkommen müssen sich gemeinsam mit der Gesellschaft weiterentwickeln und ihr stärkeres Augenmerk auf Menschenwürde und nachhaltige Entwicklung widerspiegeln. Über 90% des Welthandels werden nach dem GATT bzw. dem WTO-Abkommen abgewickelt. Deshalb kommt eine Reform des Streitbeilegungssystems für zwischenstaatliche Handelsstreitigkeiten einerseits, die Errichtung eines multilateralen Investitionsgerichtshofes unter unter Schirmherrschaft der Vereinten Nationen für Streitigkeiten zwischen Unternehmen und Staaten andererseits eine große Bedeutung zu und sollte auch unterstützt werden. Aber gerade auch bei bilateralen Handelsübereinkommen brauchen wir grundsätzliche Vorgaben. Deshalb muss künftig das Prinzip dieser ökosozialen Marktwirtschaft Grundlage für die Regeln bei internationalen Handelsabkommen sein. Ökosoziale Marktwirtschaft bedeutet die Stärkung einer nachhaltigen Wirtschaftsweise. Ökosoziale Marktwirtschaft bedeutet die Schaffung von sozial hochwertigen Arbeitsplätzen. Und ökosoziale Marktwirtschaft bedeutet den Schutz der Umwelt und unseres Lebensraumes. Danke.
Thank you very much. I now call Madame Clapeau from ALDE. La parole est avec vous.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, Monsieur le rapporteur, je tiens à saluer votre rapport qui pointe de nombreuses défaillances dans la négociation et l'application des accords de commerce, car ils engagent les pays pour longtemps, ne promeuvent pas toujours les droits humains et environnementaux. Et vous proposez qu'ils soient revus pour devenir un outil. La mise en œuvre des propositions que vous identifiez dans votre projet de résolution mérite d'être étudiée. Le commerce représente 25% des émissions de gaz à effet de serre selon l'OMC. Et les preuves ne manquent pas pour dénoncer les conséquences parfois désastreuses qu'ont certains accords pour nos démocraties et l'environnement. En premier lieu, le traité de la Charte de l'énergie, comme cela a été souligné, dont plusieurs pays du Conseil de l'Europe, comme la France ou l'Espagne, sont sortis, dénonçant les trop fortes garanties qu'il accorde au secteur de l'énergie fossile. Récemment, les conséquences néfastes du projet d'accord entre l'Union européenne et le Mercosur sur la biodiversité et le climat ont conduit des pays de l'Union européenne, comme la France ou l'Autriche, à s'opposer à sa signature suite à son évaluation par des experts. Alors, il ne faut pas tomber dans le fatalisme ni le protectionnisme. Le commerce international n'est pas inconciliable avec le respect de l'environnement et des droits, pourvu qu'il soit encadré par des règles transparentes, équitables et des normes environnementales et sociales exigeantes. Au nom du groupe ALDE, je conviens comme vous que les instances de négociation doivent davantage prendre en compte les enjeux démocratiques, sociaux et environnementaux pour veiller à ce que les nouveaux accords contiennent des dispositions détaillées sur la protection des droits fondamentaux et le développement durable et aussi réviser les traités existants à la lumière des considérations de droits humains et de droits environnementaux. L'accord de libre-échange entre l'Union européenne et le Canada, le CETA, est à ce titre un exemple à suivre. Il intègre des normes environnementales et sociales élevées, ce qui a poussé par exemple le Canada à ratifier des conventions supplémentaires de l'OIT. Son élaboration et sa mise en œuvre ont su donner une juste place à la contribution de la société civile. Les accords de commerce et d'investissement peuvent donc être d'incroyables outils économiques et politiques au service de la transition environnementale et de la protection des droits. Mais pour cela, il faut sortir de la logique du cercle vicieux qu'est le dumping social et environnemental. Comme l'avait déclaré notre Assemblée en 2017, il nous faut cesser de recourir à des tribunaux d'arbitrage pour poursuivre les États et mettre en cause les lois environnementales ou sociales qui entravent les profits d'investisseurs privés. Au contraire, il nous faut consacrer le retour à un tribunal multilatéral des investissements qui prend mieux en compte l'impératif écologique de l'action publique et faire une juste place aux traités les plus récents comme l'accord de Paris. L'urgence écologique peut certes nous imposer de recourir à des instruments unilatéraux, mais encore faut-il veiller à ce qu'ils soient conçus intelligemment pour pousser les acteurs publics et privés à adopter des comportements plus vertueux. Et enfin, le devoir de vigilance des multinationales doit être mieux pris en compte à la fois dans le droit international et national. Démocratisation et parlementarisation, oui, nous le soutenons. Merci.
Thank you, Madam. I now call Mr. Shenat.
Danke schön, Herr Präsident, liebe Kollegen und Kolleginnen. Vorab meine herzlichen Glückwünsche an den Berichterstatter. Das ist ein ganz außerordentlich wichtiger Bericht und er ist insofern jetzt auch wichtig, weil wir in einer neuen Runde der Debatte über Mercosur sind. Mächtige Industrie- und Wirtschaftsverbände machen enormen Druck, dass dieses Abkommen doch noch in Kraft gibt, obwohl Frankreich und Österreich sich dagegen ausgesprochen haben. Es soll nicht so sein, dass unsere Kühe am La Plata weiden, weil um das geht es ja, um einen enormen Anbau von Futtermitteln. Futtermitteln, die erstens die nationale Selbstversorgung zerstört und zum anderen die Umwelt und riesige Flächen des Amazonas. Ich teile voll von einigen hier bereits ausgedrückt, dass wir unter der Schirmherrschaft der Vereinten Nationen einen solchen Gerichtshof für die Streitbeilegung brauchen. Und was wir nicht brauchen, sind private Schiedsgerichte. Private Schiedsgerichte sind immer gegen die Umwelt und gegen die soziale Frage gerichtet. Was wir brauchen, sind moderne Freihandelsabkommen, denn Handeln ist ja nichts Schlechtes. Aber sie müssen berücksichtigen die Rechte der Arbeitnehmer und Arbeitnehmerinnen, die Umwelt, die Rechtsstaatlichkeit, die Demokratie und die Menschenrechte. Und wenn wir schon diese Debatte hier in diesem Haus haben und nicht in unserem, sollte mal einmal erinnert werden, dass die Europäische Union immer wieder Freihandelsabkommen schafft. Das sind dann meistens gemischte. Das heißt, sie müssen noch in die nationalen Parlamente. Nur was macht die Europäische Kommission? Sie setzt, bevor die nationalen Parlamente darüber endgültig entscheiden, bereits Teile ihrer Verträge in Kraft. Und damit fesselt sie die nationalen Parlamente, da ja schon Teile des Freihandelsabkommens in Kraft gesetzt wurde. Außerdem, wir haben uns alle verpflichtet, die Regeln der Vereinten Nationen mit SDG zu folgen. Da merke ich nichts bei unseren Freihandelsabkommen. Die sind nicht normal. Und ich habe am Anfang dieser Woche erinnert beim Progress Report, dass genau vor 10 Jahren das Rana Plaza in Bangladesch eingestürzt ist. 1300 Arbeiterinnen wurden getötet, noch mehr verletzt oder sind behindert für den Rest ihres Lebens. Wir dürfen solche Produktionen nur um billige Kleider oder um andere nicht in diese Abkommen hineinnehmen. Es geht auch bei den modernen Freihandelsabkommen um den ökologischen Fußabdruck und genau das hat unser Rapporteur hier exakt beschrieben. Dankeschön.
Thank you. And now, Madam Jasko.
Colleagues and dear rapporteur, I want to congratulate you on this report because for me as Ukrainian, it speaks the language of that values that I want to see in the future of sustainable development, also Ukraine recovery and the future of economic development in international cooperation. I'm saying this with a hope, because when we talk about international trade and business as usual, I usually have my first 2 associations would come with the current reality of aggression against Ukraine. This association would come with a word of illusions and hypocrisy. What I mean by that? We know that sometimes that we often called in this room that you cannot trade with aggressor. You should choose values over that trade and economic cooperation. But this is not only about the military aggression, but it's also about that consequences of that terrible crimes that sometimes trade that is not going in line with protecting environment creates damages for the land. When I talk about Ukraine recovery, I often say it's not only about economic cooperation, just any kind of economic cooperation, it's about sustainable recovery, where we would have absolutely unique opportunities to do very many environmentally friendly climate change solutions, where we would need cooperation with you, with trade, with new technologies that would remember what democracy and values really is. And I'm glad that we try to encourage business to be responsible, no matter where this business come from. Another point that I want to mention here is about sanctions. And for me, as Ukrainian, it's very painful to look still at the numbers of that companies that are still operating, the foreign companies are still operating in Russia, believing that trade is okay with them, that having business with them is okay. It kills our values if this trade continues. So we need to rethink, and I'm gratitude to this report, to the values of what it means to do the trade and protecting democracy and environment. And I'm sure that Ukraine, together with you, will be playing one of the leading role in this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Vasilyenko now.
Colleagues, I will actually continue the line of thought from my colleague from the Ukrainian delegation. But first of all, I would like us to all thank our rapporteur, who has presented us with the opportunity to discuss a very timely topic. We live in a world where everything is interlinked and intertwined. Trade and economic well-being are linked to, impacted by, but also impacting the lives of people, their rights and their living conditions. However, today, all too often, economic gains are prioritized over core values, rights and freedoms. All too often, money interests trump all else and cause eyes to be averted and mouths to remain shut, where evil should be called out and should be stopped in its nascent form. An example of this is actually the situation in Russia. Russia did not turn into a monster overnight. For almost 2 decades, the world observed human rights deteriorating in that country. Freedoms went down as authoritarian tendencies went up. All the while, the world was trading with Russia. They were trading in cheap gas and oil, watching trade boom, enjoying low prices on a whole range of natural resources. And let's be frank, nothing was really done in 2011-2012 when the Bolotnaya protesters were being beaten up and taken to prison. Nothing was really done in 2015 when Russia passed legislation declaring that ECHR, European Court of Human Rights judgments, no longer were mandatory. The world remained largely silent and inert as media channels were taken over by the state propaganda and as assassinations, poisoning, and detentions of political opposition became the norm in the then Council of Europe member state. After the annexation of Crimea, as the Crimean Tatars became political targets, as torture centers of the likes of the isolation prison were set up in the illegally occupied areas of Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine, the international trade with Russia actually went on the rise. But what is truly deplorable is that even now, on this 427th day of full-scale war, Western companies continue to do business with Russia, as usual. And the reasoning behind this attitude is that, well, the investment was too big. Or what will we tell our stakeholders? They won't understand. This is the honest answer you get when you talk to French Auchan, Bonduelle, L'Oréal, Yves Rocher, when you talk to the German Siemens and Kerher. This is the honest answer from Philip Morris, Westinghouse, and 1,200 more international companies that continue to do business as usual with Russia. And to be honest, every single dollar, pound, euro that is spent by those companies in tax in Russia, this is used to buy bullets, shells, missiles to kill Ukrainians. You know, colleagues, I think we can all agree that there's no excuse that can justify this. So I very much hope that this intervention that I made today will allow you to go back to investigate the companies in your home countries that are still trading with Russia, to talk to them, to boycott them, to do whatever it takes to make sure that this bloody trade is stopped. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Ilej. Please, Madam Ilej.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur on choosing this very important topic. Although the international trading system is not a new issue, but trading with such product, which you can produce in your surroundings, but it can be more expensive because our legal environment help preserve and improve our fundamental rights and our quality of life, is quite a new challenge, which is becoming more and more acute. Hungary shares the position that the way towards better enforcement of good governance, democracy, human rights and sustainability standards lies, amongst others, in strengthening the rules-based multilateral trading system, deepening trade relations through free trade agreements, and incorporating sustainability and human rights cooperation in international trade partnerships. Trade and sustainable development chapters are important cornerstones of the EU's cooperation with all of its free trade partners. We need to avoid overburdening the EU trade agreements with other policy objectives and political preconditions. It is our strong view that contributing to economic growth and high-value added jobs in the EU, as well as boosting the competitiveness of our companies, should remain the fundamental objective of EU trade policy. Moreover, as a member of the European Union, Hungary offers a wide range of trade preferences to developing partners through the EU generalized scheme of preferences, as well as through free trade agreements and economic partnership agreements. And last but not least, unfortunately, I couldn't have the floor the previous debate, but I would like to refuse the statement of Oleksiy Honachenko and his attack against the Hungarian government. I would like to underline, we condemn the military aggression of Russia against Ukraine. Hungary has launched one of its largest humanitarian relief operations providing Ukraine, and we will continue. But ensuring the security of Hungary, including energy supply, as a landlocked country, is our utmost priority. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Et maintenant, c'est Monsieur Mutkin. La parole est avec vous.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais d'abord saluer l'excellent travail de mon collègue Geraint Davis et le remercier pour ce rapport important. Alors, je voudrais rappeler que le commerce international n'est pas un objectif. C'est un outil pour garantir le bien-être et le développement de nos sociétés. Le respect des droits humains, la démocratie, la protection de l'environnement devraient être des conditions sine qua non pour tout échange commercial. Aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas le cas. Aujourd'hui, l'intérêt et le profit semblent plus importants que ces valeurs. Et pourtant, on parle bien de valeurs fondamentales. Où sont nos valeurs lorsque l'OMC bloque durant 2 ans la levée des brevets sur les vaccins contre le Covid au détriment des pays les plus pauvres? Où sont nos valeurs lorsqu'un traité sur l'énergie permet à des entreprises privées de réclamer 50 milliards d'euros à des États qui ont pris des mesures en faveur de l'environnement? Où sont nos valeurs lorsque les comptoirs de commerce céréalier européens ont bloqué les exportations de céréales vers l'Afrique en entraînant de facto des famines? Où sont nos valeurs, enfin, lorsqu'il y a tout juste 10 ans, notre filière textile internationale a causé la mort de plus de 1000 ouvrières et ouvriers dans l'effondrement du Rana Plaza au Bangladesh? Non, je pense que le commerce international nécessite aujourd'hui un profond changement de paradigme. Il est aujourd'hui en décalage complet avec les aspirations pour le droit à l'environnement sain, sûr, propre et durable que nous avons rappelé hier dans cette Assemblée, mais aussi avec notre Convention européenne des droits humains ou encore avec la Charte sociale européenne. Le commerce doit être plus transparent envers les citoyens, envers les élus, envers les ONG. Il doit être orienté non pas vers le profit, mais une véritable amélioration du bien-être de notre société. Par exemple, le fait que des prix de farine européenne importée au Sénégal soient plus bas que des prix de farine de mil, un céréale local produit par un agriculteur sénégalais, est complètement absurde au niveau écologique, au niveau social et culturel. Le commerce international devrait notamment avoir comme objectif le développement de la souveraineté alimentaire de chaque pays. Enfin, le commerce international doit être utilisé pour promouvoir le respect des droits humains ou, à défaut, éviter une dégradation de ces droits humains. Et à ce titre, je dois dire que je suis toujours étonné de voir chez nous, en Europe, des produits fabriqués dans des colonies israéliennes illégales selon le droit international qui participent à l'exploitation économique des Palestiniens, à la dégradation de l'environnement et au financement de l'occupation civile et militaire de la Palestine. Ces produits n'ont rien à faire dans notre commerce européen. Un commerce international réellement respectueux des droits humains, bénéfique pour les deux parties et favorable au développement durable est aujourd'hui nécessaire et encore loin d'être gagné. Et c'est bien ce que rappelle notre collègue Davis, que je remercie une nouvelle fois et je vous appelle à soutenir son rapport. Je vous remercie.
Merci, monsieur. And now, Mr. Cavallo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur for this very important report, because the word that we have heard here a lot of times is the word regulation, and the word regulation is important if it can reach the true and importance of international trade concerning all the environmental impacts, concerning all the economic impacts, and of course, all of these impacts do affect very much the principles that we all defend and stand by in the rule of law. But as I heard a lot of my colleagues speaking here today, we must remind that it was not a lot of time ago that we used the international trade, and we used trade as a tool in order to normalize our relationships with some countries that we didn't consider to be a democracy, like we did with Russia. It was not so much time ago that we heard these words saying that we were trying to normalize our relationships with Russia before the war, and it didn't work, because if we go with a hand that is open to shake the hand and the other side as a fist, a closed fist, we will not be able to close a trade, we will not be able to normalize our relationships with these countries. And so it is very important to state that international regulation must be applied in a way that all countries must obey. Of course, if we talk about Mercosur, which is a big subject, and we would take all the evening in order to discuss here, we would also would have to talk about, for example, the alternatives of gas that we are searching now for the Russian gas, because it is a matter of principles that will probably let us or oblige us to reanalyze all these matters and all the respect of the principles that we all defend. And so, because it is impossible to have such a discussion that is basically made by only a very big discussion that would be made only by a political debate, probably the main thing that we need is regulation. The main thing that we need is clear rules that all countries must abide. Clear rules that all trade blocs must be applied. And that way, it will be simple to say that we must use international trade in the best way possible. It will be much simpler to say no to a country and say yes to another country in terms of trade, because we would be saying that in a more clear way. And of course, this report states that that clear path right now does not exist, but is something that we must search. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karalu. The next speaker is Mehmet Meri Eka from Turkey. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished members of the Assembly, as recent earthquakes in Turkey and the spillover effects of climate change have shown us, we must be cautious in all that we do to protect our environment. However, it is not only the environment that we must safeguard, we must also protect our shared values in every realm of policy. Trade and investment agreements are among the areas that require special attention to ensure that they do not compromise human rights, democracy, rule of law, and sustainable development. I therefore commend Mr. Davis's report, which thoughtfully focuses on this issue and raises awareness. Dear colleagues, trade and investment agreements involve parties of private investors and states. While private parties are often driven by the desire to maximize their profits and gains, It is the responsibility of the states to uphold the public interest and fulfill their international commitments. Given the importance of protecting rights and the environment in trade issues, I believe it is essential to ensure that new agreements and investments include provisions that shield fundamental rights and the environment. It is possible to create robust environmental policies that can also be harmonized with trade. According to the report and OECD research, we can achieve this by implementing regulatory measures that increase environmental benefits and minimize the negative impact on trade on the environment. Another necessary step to this end is to revise all generation trade agreements in the light of new realities to promote sustainable development and fundamental rights. Furthermore, I see the need to establish a multilateral investment court under the auspices of the United Nations to settle disputes between states and enterprises, as clearly mentioned in the report. Before concluding, I would like to express my gratitude for being a part of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. There are upcoming elections in my country, Turkey, and I am no longer a candidate for the Parliament. I have been a member of this organization with some breaks since 2004, and during this time, we have accomplished some great things together. While my time here may be coming to an end, I hope to have the opportunity to meet you all again on other platforms in the future. I want to express my appreciation for the work done here and pledge my support for all your future endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eker, and the best for the future, and thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Pedro Guerrero from Portugal and the Socialist Group. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to congratulate our rapporteur for presenting us this report. It is very important that the Parliamentary Assembly considers the multilateral rules-based system supported by the World Trade Organization as the most fair, inclusive and balanced mechanism on a global scale. We must do not forget history. The WTO creation on the 1st January of 1995 marked the biggest reform of international trade since the end of the Second World War. Over the past 20 years, WTO members have agreed major updates to the WTO rulebook to improve the flow of global trade. The WTO's membership has expanded to 164 members, representing over 98% of international trade. However, WTO agreements and international human rights norms are distinct bodies of international public law, without any explicit provision connecting them. The open nature of WTO obligations, which allows members to take any measures as long as they comply with the WTO's fundamental principles, make it difficult to identify any direct conflict between the two. While trade liberalization can foster growth and increase welfare, a WTO stated goal, the WTO has been criticized by academics, civil society, and trade unions for ignoring the direct consequence of trade liberalization on labor standards and human rights. We can see the objectives of raising standards of living and sustainable development are included in the preamble of the agreement established at the WTO, but human rights and labor rights do not feature explicitly in the WTO mandate. Its multilateral agreements, particularly the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, make no reference to them. Therefore, it's inevitable and extremely relevant that this Parliamentary Assembly approves this resolution and these recommendations seeking to establish a clear hierarchy of norms between human rights, decent labor rights, and trade laws. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gehono. And the next speaker is Yuri Kamelchuk, Mr. Yuri Kamelchuk from Ukraine and from the EPP group. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rapporteur. The issue of international trade is becoming increasingly important in our interconnected world as countries rely more and more on trade to develop their economies. However, this dependence on trade has also raised concerns about the impact of trade and democratic principles, human rights, and the environment. It is important that trade negotiations are conducted in a transparent manner with the participation of all stakeholders, including civil society organizations, trade unions, and environmental groups. The European Union's approach to trade policy, which emphasizes transparency, stability, and human rights as a model for other countries to follow. In addition, it is crucial that trade agreements promote and protect human rights, including labor and environmental rights. The Council of Europe has recognized the importance of these issues as evidenced by its adoption of the European Convention of Human Rights and its commitment to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Another important issue is the impact of international trade on the environment. We must recognize that trade can have significant environmental consequences, such as increased carbon emissions and deforestation. In addition, I want to draw your attention to the biggest problem of international trade at this time. This is trade with terrorist Russia. The continuation of any trade relations with Putin and other war criminals means supporting and approving the violation of human rights. In my opinion, the sanctions of the EU and other countries are not effective enough and do not have the desired effect. Unfortunately, we are watching how Russia circumvents sanctions or even directly trades gas, oil, diamonds, weapons, and nuclear fuel with countries for which war in Ukraine is probably something very distant. We should all consider whether this is consistent with the values of the Convention on Human Rights and common sense. The best solution for ending the war in Ukraine would be to end any economic relations with Russia, confiscate all Russian property and finances in foreign banks. Otherwise, we put money above the value of human life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamelchuk. The next speaker is Monsieur Emmanuel Fernandez. I cannot see him. Yes, you there. The floor is yours. And representing the United Left.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le rapporteur, chers collègues. Je commencerai par remercier le rapporteur, Monsieur Davis, qui nous présente aujourd'hui un texte visant à mieux prendre en compte, à renforcer la sauvegarde des droits humains, de la démocratie et de l'environnement dans les accords commerciaux. Si la mondialisation des échanges est une réalité qui correspond à une marche du monde amorcée il y a près d'un siècle et demi et qui s'est accélérée dans les années 70 avec un développement des politiques de libre-échange, nous sommes de plus en plus nombreuses et nombreux à constater qu'à bien des égards, il y a quelque chose de profondément antinomique entre le commerce international lui-même et la préservation des droits humains et de l'environnement. Le grand marché monde, la concurrence globale que ses défenseurs souhaitent totalement libre et non faussée, sont des concepts qui, par nature, induisent la recherche permanente de baisse des coûts de production, dont en premier lieu les salaires, et ont fait naître des usines du monde, principalement dans l'hémisphère sud, où les droits des travailleurs sont très dégradés, voire inexistants. Le commerce international exacerbé provoque également, intrinsèquement, des dégâts irréversibles sur l'environnement par les émissions de gaz à effet de serre, l'utilisation massive d'intrants qui polluent les sols et l'eau, la surexploitation des ressources naturelles. Le Brésil, par exemple, a exporté l'année dernière 1,44 million de tonnes équivalent carcasses de bœuf vers la Chine. Ces bœufs sont nourris avec du soja OGM, lui-même planté sur des terres qui ont été gagnées en brûlant la forêt amazonienne, poumon de la planète. Comment penser alors qu'un traité commercial sino-brésilien puisse être un moyen en soi de renforcer la protection de l'environnement, alors même que son objet induit des impacts écologiques tellement dévastateurs pour notre planète? Chers collègues, nous sommes un nombre grandissant à avoir intégré le fait qu'il nous faut revenir à des modes de production et d'échange beaucoup plus localisés, en favorisant les circuits courts, en réduisant drastiquement les transports de marchandises, en réduisant fortement les gaspillages et en interdisant l'obsolescence programmée, et puis en revenant à des techniques agricoles respectueuses des sols et de l'environnement. Pour autant, et aujourd'hui, le rapport que nous étudions est bienvenu dans la mesure où, dans l'état actuel du commerce mondial, il propose des manières de mieux contrôler ces échanges en réaffirmant le rôle que les parlements nationaux doivent avoir dans la négociation, le contrôle et l'application des traités. Il propose de promouvoir le devoir de vigilance des entreprises, ce qui est en effet une nécessité. Il propose également une alternative aux tribunaux d'arbitrage privés qui ne sont effectivement pas de nature à défendre l'intérêt général dans la résolution des différends entre les États et les investisseurs privés. Enfin, l'objectif affiché de réviser les accords commerciaux de l'ancienne génération pour y intégrer des dispositions relatives au développement durable et à la protection des droits fondamentaux va également dans un sens positif. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Monsieur Fernandez. And the last speaker in this debate, I call Robert Troy, Mr. Robert Troy. I do not see him in the plenary, so the last speaker will be Mrs. Olena Shomenko from Ukraine and European Conservatives. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, it's my honor to speak on this resolution. I'm sorry. Sorry, dear colleagues. Apparently it doesn't work. Excuse me. It's my honor to speak to you today about the importance of protecting our values within economic agreements. As we all know, trade agreements are not just about economic benefits, but also about promoting and protecting certain values such as human rights, environmental protection, and sustainable development. It is crucial that we do not sacrifice these values for short-term economic gains. The implementation of the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, highlights the challenges that we face in creating working agreements protecting our shared values. The inability of the international community to reach an effective consensus on carbon pricing and emissions reduction targets has led to the development of unilateral measures such as CBAM, which carry the risk of unintended consequences and disproportionate cost for certain countries. CBAMs could cost Ukrainian industries up to hundreds of millions of euros. It is important that we provide support to countries like Ukraine during the transition period and consider greater support in their transition to a green economy. Furthermore, we must ensure that any new investment agreements take proper care of our forest and natural resources, whether they may be in Carpathians or in the Amazon. And we appreciate the European Union's approach of insisting on the robust climate obligations that include forest protection. This world is very much interconnected, and implementing decisions in rush might damage the wider global economy, like the grain export and transit restrictions implemented by certain European countries may not help the wider food security in the world. We should continue to work towards finding common ground and protecting our values in all aspects of trade agreements. In conclusion, we need to emphasize the role of parliaments in the development of new agreements. We call for greater parliamentary oversight in the development process, and we suggest that Council of Europe can contribute to this by providing recommendations for the greater role of parliaments in the development of these agreements. Together we can protect our values and achieve mutually beneficial deals for all parties involved. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you so much. I do think that according to the time, we can allow one more speaker. So if Monsieur Didier Marie is here? Yes, you're lucky.
Sure, I'm lucky. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Great.
Chers collègues, je voudrais à mon tour remercier notre collègue Gérine Davis pour son rapport dont je partage largement les constats et les orientations. En tant que rapporteur du Sénat français à la fois sur les enjeux relatifs à la politique commerciale de l'Union européenne et d'autre part au devoir de vigilance des entreprises, j'ai pu contribuer à ce que le Sénat se mobilise en faveur d'une meilleure prise en compte des enjeux liés au développement durable, tant dans son volet environnemental que dans son volet social. Le rapport considère que les accords de commerce et d'investissement sont des outils puissants au service du progrès. C'est souhaitable, possible, mais ce n'est pas garanti. Encore faut-il que les valeurs démocratiques et humaines que nous défendons se voient intégrées dans les obligations associées à ces accords et, d'autre part, soient respectées. On peut saluer à cet égard les progrès récents décidés par l'Union européenne. C'est vrai sur le plan de cadrage politique, à travers notamment la révision du plan d'action en 15 points sur la mise en œuvre des chapitres relatifs au commerce et au développement durable qui prennent mieux en compte les objectifs des ODD. Je soutiens pour ma part une approche graduelle et réversible dans la mise en œuvre de ces chapitres, en particulier sous forme de réduction tarifaire graduelle permettant d'encourager, à partir de critères clairs, objectifs et partagés, le respect des engagements sociaux et environnementaux. C'est aussi vrai sur le plan pratique. L'accord de Paris sur le climat a bien été intégré comme clause essentielle dans les derniers accords annoncés avec la Nouvelle-Zélande et le Chili. La prise en compte de la déforestation en Amazonie a conduit à bloquer le processus d'adoption de l'accord global avec le Mercosur. Les conventions fondamentales de l'Organisation internationale du travail sont également désormais intégrées et l'Union européenne a démontré sa capacité à obtenir des engagements en termes de ratification et de mise en œuvre de ces conventions. Je pense notamment aux accords conclus avec le Vietnam et la Corée du Sud. Nous devons par ailleurs utiliser tous les outils à notre disposition pour s'assurer du respect des engagements pris et je souhaite que l'Union européenne et d'autres envisagent des clauses de revoyure en cas de non-respect de ceux-ci. L'un des enjeux clairement évoqués par notre collègue, c'est la réévaluation des engagements pris dans le cadre des accords commerciaux d'ancienne génération. C'est un chantier considérable qui doit cependant être mené pour faire progresser les droits environnementaux, sociaux et humains. Je voudrais enfin évoquer 2 points pour appuyer les propositions du rapport. D'une part, la nécessité d'une réforme du mécanisme de règlement des différends de l'Organisation mondiale du commerce. On ne peut pas rester durablement avec un organe d'appel paralysé et nous devons faire pression sur les États-Unis qu'ils nomment leurs juges. D'autre part, je partage pleinement l'objectif de mieux associer les parlements nationaux aux négociations sur tout traité de commerce et d'investissement. On mesure aujourd'hui la sensibilité de nos concitoyens, notamment s'agissant de l'équité des conditions de production, la réciprocité des engagements. Tenir les parlements nationaux éloignés du processus de négociation et de ratification des accords, c'est prendre un risque démocratique. Je soutiendrai, ceci dit, les propositions du rapporteur qui vont dans le bon sens.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and that concludes the list of speakers. I must now interrupt the list of speakers and the speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. And I remind colleagues that typewritten text must be submitted electronically no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call Mr. Davis, the rapporteur, to reply to the debate. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you for all those fantastic speeches of support for this recommendation, Mr. Sejic-Doff about transparency, Mr. Gavan about the Energy Charter Treaty and possibly scrapping that altogether, Mr. Lacroix talking about how human rights in mining and elsewhere have been abused, how important this report, Mr. Assel in terms of the eco-social market economy, which he's mentioned before in this debate when we were in Marrakesh, Ms. Clapot in terms of multilateral courts and the importance of remembering those, Mr. Shenek, of course, in terms of how provisional agreements sometimes are implemented before being ratified. We heard from Ms. Yasko about the need for sustainable recovery in Ukraine, which is vitally important that we all support that. And Ms. Vasylenko in terms of the fact that we've seen Russian abuse for decades in terms of rights and democracy, and it's only now focusing on that, and so we should. Ms. Iles was talking about security, balancing that with the environment. Mr. Montquin about how trade trumps values and the issues about COVID, famine, human rights and the like. Mr. Carvulia in terms of the normalization of relationships with Russia, saying no to that. We should use our values and put those at the center of trade. Mr. Ecker, who I very much wish well for the future, who's been 19 years here in the Council of Europe. Mr. Kegono, who talked about the WTO, of course, having 98% of trade, but the need to up the values of human rights and labour rights. And then we heard about the trade with Putin is in fact supporting his horrible system from Mr. Kamalchuk. So all these, and indeed for Mr. Fernandes in terms of China and the environment and the interest of the National Parliament, Mr. Marie from France just now on the need to retrofit old agreements, and of course my good friend Ms. Komenko, who shares time with me on and does a great job on the Social Affairs Committee, reminding us that we have a duty as Ukraine is on the front line of all the values we want to embed in these trade agreements. They are in the firing line, literally, and we have a duty here to ensure we do everything we can to provide the resources so that the recovery coming out of the ashes of war is a green recovery, a strong recovery, a recovery that embeds all our values in terms of human rights and democracy, and that should be paid for the criminal acts of Vladimir Putin. So I thank you. It's been a great report and a unified support, and I thank you all for that.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Does the chairperson of the committee, Mrs. Céline Saïk-Böke, wish to speak? Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. So I will reiterate the call for a strong support for this report. As we are going through times of significant changes in our economies, or rather the need for change. Changes so that we can switch from a growth-obsessed, ever-deepening socioeconomic inequalities framework to a sustainable and inclusive development framework. Change so that the welfare promises of the exponential technological advancements materialize for the billions. Change so that the potential trade and international investments bear in generating jobs, in generating welfare, in generating well-being is materialized for the larger public while nature is no longer exploited. And what this change requires is as clear as day. We need to make our economic and financial decisions, our trade and international investment decisions, human rights compliant. Only when we do so, only when we transform our economies, our industries, our trade agreements towards shared prosperity based on human rights will nobody feel left behind. And only then will this economic model safeguard our democracies. Hence, we need to transform our production which is actually the basis of the trade and investment treaties we're speaking of. A transformation that creates better, decent paying jobs, good jobs, quality employment that guarantees decent and dignified living for the billions. A transformation that seeks the protection of social and economic rights, of workers, a transformation that spreads and socializes the use of technology and knowledge in societies and across borders in public interest-driven trade and public interest-driven investment, rather than just profit-seeking, so that equal opportunities create social inclusion, promote social mobility, and hence enhance trust in democracies. A transformation that builds green economies, reduces emissions by increasing the availability and affordability of environmental goods, services, and technologies, that builds resilience and guarantees the right to a clean, safe, healthy, and sustainable environment. A transformation where international trade and international investment are publicly scrutinized within a rule of law framework to ensure that resources are used for the benefit of public interest rather than rent accumulation in the hands of the few. In short, a transformation that reinforces public policy to support sustainable development, to safeguard our shared values, our environmental, social, and economic rights. Dear colleagues, this is the last time I take this floor as a fellow parliamentarian. So I just want to say this is not a farewell, because my fight for a stronger democracy, a more sustainable future, will clearly continue with the values of our very organization for human rights and for democracy. But this is to say I'm grateful to many of you who I'm worked with, to our secretariat, to our committee, to my fellow colleagues in my political group, and to everyone with whom my paths have crossed in the quest for a better world, for a stronger democracy, and for human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Celine Seikbøke, and thank you for your work, and all the best for the future and for struggle for democracy together with all of us. The debate is closed. The Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development has presented a draft resolution, document 15739, to which 7 amendments have been tabled, and a draft recommendation to which 2 amendments have been tabled. Amendments are listed in the compendium, and I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. We will start with consideration of the draft resolution and will then consider the draft recommendation. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 8 to the draft resolution, which was unanimously approved by the Committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mrs. Seikbøke?
Yes, it is so.
Yes, it is so. Does anyone object? No? As there is no objection, I declare that Amendment 8 to the draft resolution has been agreed. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 3, 1, 2, 5 and 4 to the draft resolution and Amendment 9 and 7 to the draft recommendation, which were rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected by the Assembly. Is that so, Mrs. Seikbøke?
Yes, just a quick note, Amendment 7 was also withdrawn prior to actually that debate, just to make note. It was rejected,
yes,
but also withdrawn.
So, but that's so. So, yes, that's right. Does anyone object? No. As there is no objection, I declare that Amendment 3, 1, 2, 5 and 4 to the draft resolution and Amendment 9 and 7 to the draft recommendation are rejected. I call Mrs. Komenko to support Amendment 6. You have 30 seconds. Komenko is not here.
I'm here.
Yeah, you're there.
Here.
Yes,
Madam
the floor is
President.
yours. 30 seconds.
Yes, the the WTO technical barriers to trade agreement regulates the technical requirements and standards to products and contains the measures relevant for the protection of social and environmental rights. And adding this agreement to the resolution would complement already mentioning agreement on sanitary and phytosanitary measures. In turn, in my opinion, that is not according to opinion of the rapporteur, that WTO agreement on safeguards is more about the urgent need to protect local industries.
That is more than 30 seconds, so...
yes, sorry.
Yeah, okay. I have been informed that Mr. Geraint Davis wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment as follows. In Amendment 6, replace with the word after, and replace the word with the word insert. This sub-amendment seeks to insert the words on technical barriers to trade after the words on safeguards, rather than replacing the words on safeguards. In my opinion, the oral amendment is in order under our rules. Does anyone object? No? I call Mr. Davis to support his oral sub-amendment. You have 30 seconds.
Yes, Chair. The only point being made is I accept the suggestion in the original amendment that non-technical barriers to trade be included, but the agreement on safeguards not be deleted, and therefore I move the sub-amendment that on technical barriers to trade be inserted in the paragraph without the removal of the safeguards agreement.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? No, that's not the case. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Mrs. Komenko?
I agree on the proposal of rapporteur.
The mover of the main amendment is in favor. What is the opinion of the committee?
The committee was in favor.
I will now put the oral sub-amendment to the vote, and the vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Yes, and the oral sub-amendment is agreed to. We will now consider the main amendment. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? No, that's not the case. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
It's actually unanimously adopted it.
Unanimously. I shall now put the amendment 6 to the vote, and the vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. And Amendment 6 is agreed to. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15739. A simple majority is required, and the vote is now open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Yes, and the draft resolution in document 15739 is adopted. We will now consider the draft recommendation to which 2 amendments have been tabled. I remind you that the 2 amendments to the draft recommendations have been rejected. We will now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15739. A 2/3 majority is required, and the vote is now open. And the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. And the draft recommendation in document 15.7.39 is adopted. I would like... I would like to remind those members who are not attending the reminder of this part session to return their voting cards to the dedicated box at the entrance to the chamber before leaving the Palais. And the Assembly will hold its next public meeting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the agenda we have agreed for the sitting. And I know that there is a point of order from Mrs. Helleland from Norway. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the point of order, so I voted against in the urgent debate on the Ukraine resolution, so I would like to change that. Thank you.
Thank you, and that will be noted. And the sitting is adjourned, and have a nice evening to all of you, and see you back here tomorrow morning.